Germinal was published in 1885 after occupying Zola during the previous year, in accordance with his usual custom, but to a greater extent than with any other of his books except La Débâcle. He accumulated material beforehand. For 6 months he traveled about the coal-mining district in northern France and Belgium, especially the Borinage around Mons, notebook in hand. He was inquisitive, was that gentleman, Miner told Sherard, who visited the neighborhood at a later period, and found that the miners in every village knew Germinal. That was a tribute of admiration the book deserved, but it was never one of Zola's most popular novels. It was neither amusing enough nor outrageous enough to attract the multitude. Yet Germinal occupies a place among Zola's works which is constantly becoming more assured, so that to some critics it even begins to seem the only book of his that in the end may survive. In his own time, as we know, the accredited critics of the day could find no condemnation severe enough for Zola. Brunetière attacked him perpetually with a fury that seemed inexhaustible. Scherer could not even bear to hear his name mentioned. Anatole France, though he lived to relent, thought it would have been better if he had never been born. Even at that time, however, there were critics who inclined to view Germinal more favorably. Thus Faget, who was the recognized academic critic of the end of the last century, while he held that posterity would be unable to understand how Zola could ever have been popular, yet recognized him as in Germinal, the heroic representative of democracy, incomparable in his power of describing crowds, and he realized how marvelous is the conclusion of this book. Today, when critics view Zola, in the main with indifference rather than with horror, although he still retains his popular favor, the distinction of Germinal is yet more clearly recognized. Silière, while regarding the capitalistic conditions presented as now of an ancient and almost extinct type, yet sees Germinal standing out as the poem of social mysticism, while André Gide, a completely modern critic who has left a deep mark on the present generation, observes somewhere that it may nowadays cause surprise that he should refer with admiration to Germinal. But it is a masterly book that fills him with astonishment. He can hardly believe that it was written in French, and still less that it should have been written in any other language. It seems that it should have been created in some international tongue. The high place thus claimed for Germinal will hardly seem exaggerated. The book was produced when Zola had at length achieved the full mastery of his art, and before his hand had, as in his latest novels, begun to lose its firm grasp. The subject lent itself, moreover, to his special aptitude for presenting in vivid outline great human groups, and to his special sympathy with the collective emotions and social aspirations of such groups. We do not, as so often in Zola's work, become painfully conscious that he is seeking to reproduce aspects of life with which he is imperfectly acquainted, or fitting them into scientific formulas which he has imperfectly understood. He shows a masterly grip of each separate group, and each represents some essential element of the whole. They are harmoniously balanced, and their mutual action and reaction leads on, inevitably, to the splendid tragic dose, with yet its great promise for the future. I will not here discuss Zola's literary art. I have done so in my Book of Affirmations. It is enough to say that, though he was not a great master of style, Zola never again wrote so finely as here. A word may be added to explain how this translation fell to the lot of one whose work has been in other fields. In 1893, the late A. Teixeira de Mattos was arranging for private issue a series of complete versions of some of Zola's chief novels, and offered to assign Germinal to me. My time was taken up with preliminary but as yet unfruitful preparation for what I regarded as my own special task in life, and I felt that I must not neglect the opportunity of spending my spare time in making a modest addition to my income. My wife readily fell into the project and agreed, on the understanding that we shared the proceeds, to act as my amanuensis. So, in the little Cornish cottage over the sea we then occupied, the evenings of the early months of 1894 were spent over Germinal, I translating aloud, and she with swift, efficient, untiring pen following, now and then bettering my English dialogue with her pungent wit. In this way I was able to gain a more minute insight into the details of Zola's work and a more impressive vision of the massive structure he here raised than can easily be acquired by the mere reader. That joint task has remained an abidingly pleasant memory. It is, moreover, a satisfaction to me to know that I have been responsible, however inadequately, for the only complete English version of this wonderful book, a great fresco, as Zola himself called it, a great prose epic, as it has seemed to some, worthy to compare with the great verse epics of old. Chapter 1. Over the open plain, beneath a starless sky as dark and thick as ink, a man walked alone along the highway from Marchiennes to Montsou, a straight paved road 10 kilometers in length, intersecting the beetroot fields. He could not even see the black soil before him, and only felt the immense flat horizon by the gusts of March wind, squalls as strong as on the sea, and frozen from sweeping leagues of marsh and naked earth. No tree could be seen against the sky, and the road unrolled as straight as a pier in the midst of the blinding spray of darkness. The man had set out from Marchiennes about 2 o'clock. He walked with long strides, shivering beneath his worn cotton jacket and corduroy breeches. A small parcel tied in a check handkerchief troubled him much, and he pressed it against his side, sometimes with one elbow, sometimes with the other, so that he could slip to the bottom of his pockets both the benumbed hands that bled beneath the lashes of the wind. A single idea occupied his head, the empty head of a workman without work and without lodging, the hope that the cold would be less keen after sunrise. For an hour he went on thus, when on the left 2 kilometers from Montsou he saw red flames, 3 fires burning in the open air and apparently suspended. At first he hesitated, half afraid. Then he could not resist the painful need to warm his hands for a moment. The steep road led downwards and everything disappeared. The man saw on his right a paling, a wall of coarse planks shutting in a line of rails, while a grassy slope rose on the left surmounted by confused gables, a vision of a village with low uniform roofs. He went on some 200 paces. Suddenly, at a bend in the road, the fires reappeared close to him, though he could not understand how they burnt so high in the dead sky, like smoky moons. But on the level soil another sight had struck him. It was a heavy mass, a low pile of buildings from which rose the silhouette of a factory chimney. Occasional gleams appeared from dirty windows. 5 or 6 melancholy lanterns were hung outside to frames of blackened wood, which vaguely outlined the profiles of gigantic stages, and from this fantastic apparition, drowned in night and smoke, a single voice arose, the thick, long breathing of a steam escapement that could not be seen. Then the man recognized a pit. His despair returned. What was the good? There would be no work. Instead of turning towards the buildings, he decided at last to ascend the pit bank, on which burnt in iron baskets the 3 coal fires which gave light and warmth for work. The laborers in the cutting must have been working late. They were still throwing out the useless rubbish. Now he heard the landers push the wagons on the stages. He could distinguish living shadows tipping over the trams or tubs near each fire. "Good day," he said, approaching one of the baskets. Turning his back to the fire, the carman stood upright. He was an old man, dressed in knitted violet wool with a rabbit-skin cap on his head, while his horse, a great yellow horse, waited with the immobility of stone while they emptied the 6 trains he drew. The workman employed at the tipping cradle, a red-haired, lean fellow, did not hurry himself. He pressed on the lever with a sleepy hand. And above, the wind grew stronger, an icy north wind, and its great regular breaths passed by like the strokes of a scythe. "Good day," replied the old man. There was silence. The man, who felt that he was being looked at suspiciously, at once told his name. I am called Étienne Lantier. I am an engine man. Any work here?" The flames lit him up. He might be about 21 years of age, a very dark, handsome man who looked strong in spite of his thin limbs. The carman, thus reassured, shook his head. "Work for an engine man? No, no, there were 2 came yesterday. There's nothing." A gust cut short their speech. Then Étienne asked, pointing to the somber pile of buildings at the foot of the platform, "A pit, isn't it?" The old man this time could not reply. He was strangled by a violent cough. At last he expectorated, and his expectoration left a black patch on the purple soil. Yes, a pit. The Voreux. There. The settlement is quite near. In his turn, and with extended arm, he pointed out in the night the village of which the young man had vaguely seen the roofs. But the 6 trams were empty, and he followed them without cracking his whip, his legs stiffened by rheumatism, while the great yellow horse went on of itself, pulling heavily between the rails beneath a new gust which bristled its coat. The Voreux was now emerging from the gloom. Étienne, who forgot himself before the stove, warming his poor bleeding hands, looked round and could see each part of the pit, the shed tarred with siftings, the pit frame, the vast chamber of the winding machine, the square turret of the exhaustion pump. This pit, piled up in the bottom of a hollow with its squat brick buildings, raising its chimney like a threatening horn, seemed to him to have the evil air of a gluttonous beast crouching there to devour the earth. While examining it, he thought of himself, of his vagabond existence these 8 days he had been seeking work. He saw himself again at his workshop at the railway, delivering a blow at his foreman, driven from Lille, driven from everywhere. On Saturday he had arrived at Marchiennes, where they said that work was to be had at the forges, and there was nothing, neither at the forges nor at Sonneville's. He had been obliged to pass the Sunday hidden beneath the wood of a cartwright's yard, from which the watchman had just turned him out at 2 o'clock in the morning. He had nothing, not a penny, not even a crust. What should he do, wandering along the roads without aim, not knowing where to shelter himself from the wind? Yes, it was certainly a pit. The occasional lanterns lighted up the square. A door, suddenly opened, had enabled him to catch sight of the furnaces in a clear light. He could explain even the escapement of the pump, that thick, long breathing that went on without ceasing, and which seemed to be the monster's congested respiration. The workman, expanding his back at the tipping cradle, had not even lifted his eyes on Étienne, and the latter was about to pick up his little bundle, which had fallen to the earth, when a spasm of coughing announced the carman's return. Slowly he emerged from the darkness, followed by the yellow horse drawing 6 more laden trams. "Are there factories at Montsou?" asked the young man. The old man expectorated, then replied in the wind, "Oh, it isn't factories that are lacking. Should have seen it 3 or 4 years ago. Everything was roaring then. There were not men enough. There never were such wages. And now they are tightening their bellies again. Nothing but misery in the country. Everyone is being sent away, workshops closing one after the other. It is not the emperor's fault, perhaps, but why should he go and fight in America, without counting that the beasts are dying from cholera, like the people?" Then, in short sentences and with broken breath, the 2 continued to complain. Étienne narrated his vain wanderings of the past week. Must one then die of hunger? Soon the roads would be full of beggars. "Yes," said the old man, "this will turn out badly, for God does not allow so many Christians to be thrown on the street. We don't have meat every day. But if one had bread—" "True, if one only had bread." Their voices were lost, gusts of wind carrying away the words in a melancholy howl. "Here," began the carman again very loudly, turning towards the south, "Montsou is over there." And stretching out his hand again, he pointed out invisible spots in the darkness as he named them. Below, at Montsou, the Fauvel sugar works were still going, but the Hoton sugar works had just been dismissing hands. There were only the Dutilleul flour mill and the Blues rope warp for mine cables which kept up. Then, with a large gesture, he indicated the north half of the horizon. The Sonneville workshops had not received 2/3 of their usual orders. Only 2 of the 3 blast furnaces of the Marchienne forges were alight. Finally, at the Gagebois glass works, a strike was threatening, for there was talk of a reduction of wages. I know, replied the young man at each indication. I have been there. With us here things are going on at present, added the carman, but the pits have lowered their output, and see opposite, at the Victoire, there are also only 2 batteries of coke furnaces alight. He expectorated, and set out behind his sleepy horse, after harnessing it to the empty trams. Now Étienne could oversee the entire country. The darkness remained profound, but the old man's hand had, as it were, filled it with great miseries, which the young man unconsciously felt at this moment around him everywhere in the limitless tract. Was it not a cry of famine that the March wind rolled up across this naked plain? The squalls were furious. They seemed to bring the death of labor, a famine which would kill many men. And with wandering eyes he tried to pierce shades, tormented at once by the desire and by the fear of seeing. Everything was hidden in the unknown depths of the gloomy night. He only perceived very far off the blast furnaces and the coke ovens. The latter, with their hundreds of chimneys planted obliquely, made lines of red flame, while the 2 towers, more to the left, burnt blue against the blank sky like giant torches. It resembled a melancholy conflagration. No other stars rose on the threatening horizon except these nocturnal fires in a land of coal and iron. "You belong to Belgium, perhaps?" began again the carman, who had returned behind Étienne. This time he only brought 3 trams. Those at least could be tipped over. An accident which had happened to the cage, a broken screw nut, would stop work for a good quarter of an hour. At the bottom of the pit bank there was silence. The landers no longer shook the stages with a prolonged vibration. One only heard from the pit the distant sound of a hammer tapping on an iron plate. "No, I come from the south," replied the young man. The workman, after having emptied the trams, had seated himself on the earth, glad of the accident, maintaining his savage silence. He had simply lifted his large, dim eyes to the carman, as if annoyed by so many words. The latter, indeed, did not usually talk at such length. The unknown man's face must have pleased him that he should have been taken by one of these itchings for confidence which sometimes make old people talk aloud even when alone. "I belong to Montsou," he said. "I am called Bonamort." "Is it a nickname?" asked Étienne, astonished. The old man made a grimace of satisfaction and pointed to the Voro. Yes, they have pulled me 3 times out of that, torn to pieces, once with all my hair scorched, once with my gizzard full of earth, and another time with my belly swollen with water like a frog. And then, when they saw that nothing would kill me, they called me Bonamort for a joke." His cheerfulness increased, like the creaking of an ill-greased pulley, and ended by degenerating into a terrible spasm of coughing. The fire-basket now clearly lit up his large head, with its scanty white hair and flat, livid face, spotted with bluish patches. He was short, with an enormous neck, projecting calves and heels, and long arms, with massive hands falling to his knees. For the rest, like his horse, which stood immovable without suffering from the wind, he seemed to be made of stone. He had no appearance of feeling either the cold or the gusts that whistled at his ears. When he coughed, his throat was torn by a deep rasping. He spat at the foot of the basket, and the earth was blackened. Étienne looked at him and at the ground which he had thus stained. "Have you been working long at the mine?" Bonamort flung open both arms. "Long? I should think so. I was not 8 when I went down into the Voro, and I am now 58. Reckon that up." I have been everything down there, at first trammer, then putter, when I had the strength to wheel, then pikeman for 18 years. Then, because of my cursed legs, they put me into the earth cutting to bank up and patch until they had to bring me up because the doctor said I should stay there for good. Then, after 5 years of that, they made me carman. Eh? That's fine. 50 years at the mine, 45 down below. While he was speaking, fragments of burning coal, which now and then fell from the basket, lit up his pale face with their red reflection. They tell me to rest, he went on, but I'm not going to. I'm not such a fool. I could get on for 2 years longer, to my 60th, so as to get the pension of 180 francs. If I wished them good evening today, they would give me 150 at once. They are cunning, the beggars. Besides, I am sound except my legs. You see, it's the water which has got under my skin through being always wet in the cuttings. There are days when I can't move a paw without screaming. A spasm of coughing interrupted him again. "And that makes you cough so?" said Étienne, but he vigorously shook his head. Then, when he could speak, "No, I caught cold a month ago. I never used to cough. Now I can't get rid of it. And the queer thing is that I spit. The rasping was again heard in his throat, followed by the black expectoration. "Is it blood?" asked Étienne, at last venturing to question him. Bonnemort slowly wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "It's coal. I've got enough in my carcass to warm me till I die, and it's 5 years since I put a foot down below. I stored it up, it seems. Without knowing it, it keeps you alive." There was silence. The distant hammer struck regular blows in the pit, and the wind passed by with its moan like a cry of hunger and weariness coming out of the depths of the night. Before the flames which grew low, the old man went on in lower tones, chewing over again his old recollections. Ah, certainly, it was not yesterday that he and his began hammering at the seam. The family had worked for the Montsou Mining Company since it started, and that was long ago, 106 years already. His grandfather, Guillaume Mahot, an urchin of 15 then, had found the rich coal at Requillart, the company's sugar works. All the country knew it, and as a proof, the discovered seam was called the Guillaume, after his grandfather. He had not known him. A big fellow, it was said, very strong, who died of old age at 60. Then his father, Nicolas Mahot, called Le Rouge, when hardly 40 years of age, had died in the pit, which was being excavated at that time, a landslip, a complete slide, and the rock drank his blood and swallowed his bones. 2 of his uncles and his 3 brothers later on also left their skins there. He, Vincent Maheu, who had come out almost whole except that his legs were rather shaky, was looked upon as a knowing fellow. But what could one do? One must work. One worked here from father to son, as one would work at anything else. His son, Toussaint Mahot, was being worked to death there now, and his grandsons, and all his people who lived opposite in the settlement. 106 years of mining, the youngsters after the old ones, for the same master. There were many bourgeois that could not give their history so well. "Anyhow, when one has got enough to eat," murmured Étienne again. "That is what I say. As long as one has bread to eat, one can live." Bonnemort was silent, and his eyes turned towards the settlement, where lights were appearing one by one. 4 o'clock struck in the Montsou tower, and the cold became keener. "And is your company rich?" asked Étienne. The old man shrugged his shoulders, and then let them fall as if overwhelmed beneath an avalanche of gold. Ah, yes, not perhaps so rich as its neighbor, the Anzin Company, but millions and millions all the same. They can't count it. 19 pits, 13 at work, the Vero, the Victoire, Crèvecoeur, Mihoud, St. Thomas, Madeleine, Futry-Cantel, and still more, and 6 for pumping or ventilation, like Réquillart. 10,000 workers, concessions reaching over 67 communes, an output of 5,000 tons a day, a railway joining all the pits, and workshops and factories. Ah yes, ah yes. There's money there. The rolling of trams on the stages made the big yellow horse prick his ears. The cage was evidently repaired below, and the landers had got to work again. While he was harnessing his beast to redescend, the carman added gently, addressing himself to the horse, "Won't do to chatter, lazy, good for nothing. If Monsieur Hennebeau knew how you waste your time." Étienne looked thoughtfully into the night. He asked, "Then Monsieur Hennebeau owns the mine?" "No," explained the old man. "Monsieur Hennebeau is only the general manager. He is paid just the same as us." With a gesture, the young man pointed into the darkness. "Who does it all belong to, then?" But Bonnemort was for a moment so suffocated by a new and violent spasm that he could not get his breath. Then, when he had expectorated and wiped the black froth from his lips, he replied in the rising wind, "Eh? All that belong to? Nobody knows. To people." And with his hand he pointed in the darkness to a vague spot, an unknown and remote place, inhabited by those people for whom the Mahis had been hammering at the seam for more than a century. His voice assumed the tone of religious awe. It was as if he were speaking of an inaccessible tabernacle containing a sated and crouching God to whom they had given all their flesh and whom they had never seen. "At all events, if one can get enough bread to eat," repeated Étienne for the third time without any apparent transition. "Indeed, yes, if we could always get bread, it would be too good." The horse had started. The carman, in his turn, disappeared with the trailing step of an invalid. Near the tipping cradle the workman had not stirred, gathered up in a ball, burying his chin between his knees, with his great dim eyes fixed on emptiness. When he had picked up his bundle, Étienne still remained at the same spot. He felt the gusts freezing his back while his chest was burning before the large fire. Perhaps all the same it would be as well to inquire at the pit. The old man might not know. Then he resigned himself. He would accept any work. Where should he go, and what was to become of him in this country famished for lack of work? Must he leave his carcass behind a wall like a strayed dog? But one doubt troubled him, a fear of the Voru in the middle of this flat plain, drowned in so thick a night. At every gust the wind seemed to rise as if it blew from an ever-broadening horizon. No dawn whitened the dead sky. The blast furnaces alone flamed, and the coke ovens making the darkness redder without illuminating the unknown. And the Varroa at the bottom of its hole, with its posture as of an evil beast, continued to crunch, breathing with a heavier and slower respiration, troubled by its painful digestion of human flesh. They changed the conversation. Cécile spoke again of her cousins, whose tastes interested, while at the same time they shocked her. Madame Grégoire promised to take her daughter to see those dear little ones on the first fine day. Miss Grégoire, however, with a distracted air, did not follow the conversation. He added aloud, "If I were in your place, I wouldn't persist any more. I would treat with Montsou. They want it, and you will get your money back." He alluded to an old hatred which existed between the concession of Monceau and that of Vandamme. In spite of the latter's slight importance, its powerful neighbor was enraged at seeing, enclosed within its own 67 communes, this square league which did not belong to it, and after having vainly tried to kill it, had plotted to buy it at a low price when in a failing condition. The war continued without truce. Each party stopped its galleries at 200 meters from the other. It was a duel to the last drop of blood, although the managers and engineers maintained polite relations with each other. Deneulin's eyes had flamed up. "Never," he cried in his turn. "Montsou shall never have Vandamme as long as I am alive." I dined on Thursday at Hennebeau's, and I saw him fluttering around me. Last autumn, when the big men came to the administration building, they made me all sorts of advances. Yes, yes, I know them, those marquises and dukes and generals and ministers. Brigands who would take away even your shirt at the corner of a wood. He could not cease. Besides, Gregoire did not defend the administration of Montsou, the 6 stewards established by the Treaty of 1760, who governed the company despotically, and the 5 survivors of whom on every death chose the new member among the powerful and rich shareholders. The opinion of the owner of Piolaine, with his reasonable ideas, was that these gentlemen were sometimes rather immoderate in their exaggerated love of money. Mélanie had come to clear away the table. Outside, the dogs were again barking, and Honorine was going to the door when Cécile, who was stifled by heat and food, left the table. No, never mind. It must be for my lesson. Denolin had also risen. He watched the young girl go out and asked, smiling, "Well, and the marriage with little Négrel?" "Nothing has been settled," said Madame Grégoire. "It is only an idea. We must reflect." "No doubt," he went on with a gay laugh. "I believe that the nephew and the aunt. What baffles me is that Madame Hennebeau should throw herself so on Cécile's neck." But Grégoire was indignant. So distinguished a lady, and 14 years older than the young man. It was monstrous. He did not like joking on such subjects. Denolin, still laughing, shook hands with him and left. "Not yet," said Cécile, coming back. "It is that woman with the 2 children. You know, Mamma, the miner's wife whom we met. Are they to come in here?" They hesitated. Were they very dirty? No, not very, and they would leave their sabots in the porch. Already the father and mother had stretched themselves out in the depths of their large easy-chairs. They were digesting there. The fear of change of air decided them. Let them come in, Honorine. Then Maheude and her little ones entered, frozen and hungry, seized by fright on finding themselves in this room, which was so warm and smelled so nicely of the brioche. Souverine, having blown away the cigarette end which was sticking to his lips, was already gently lifting the big rabbit beneath the belly to place it on the ground. Rasseneur was shutting up the house. They separated in silence with buzzing ears, as if their heads had swollen with the grave questions they had been discussing, and every evening there were similar conversations in the bare room around the single glass which Étienne took an hour to empty. A crowd of obscure ideas, asleep within him, were stirring and expanding. Especially consumed by the need of knowledge, he had long hesitated to borrow books from his neighbor, who unfortunately had hardly any but German and Russian works. At last he had borrowed a French book on cooperative societies. "Mere foolery," said Souverine, and he also regularly read a newspaper which the latter received, The Combat, an anarchist journal published at Geneva. In other respects, notwithstanding their daily relations, he found him as reserved as ever, with his air of camping in life, without interests or feelings or possessions of any kind. Towards the first days of July, Étienne's situation began to improve. In the midst of this monotonous life, always beginning over again, an accident had occurred. The stalls in the Guillaume seam had come across a shifting of the strata, a general disturbance in the layers, which certainly announced that they were approaching a fault, and, in fact, they soon came across this fault which the engineers, in spite of considerable knowledge of the soil, were still ignorant of. This upset the pit. Nothing was talked of but the lost seam which was to be found, no doubt, lower down on the other side of the fault. The old miners were already expanding their nostrils, like good dogs, in a chase for coal. But, meanwhile, the hewers could not stand with folded arms, and placards announced that the company would put up new workings to auction. Maheu, on coming out one day, accompanied Étienne and offered to take him on as a pikeman in his working, in place of Levaque, who had gone to another yard. The matter had already been arranged with the head captain and the engineer, who were very pleased with the young man. So Étienne merely had to accept this rapid promotion, glad of the growing esteem in which Maheu held him. In the evening they returned together to the pit to take note of the placards. The cuttings put up to auction were in the Filonnière seam in the north gallery of the Voreux. They did not seem very advantageous, and the miner shook his head when the young man read out the conditions. On the following day, when they had gone down, he took him to see the seam and showed him how far away it was from the pit-eye, the crumbly nature of the earth, the thinness and hardness of the coal. But if they were to eat, they would have to work. So on the following Sunday they went to the auction, which took place in the shed and was presided over by the engineer of the pit, assisted by the head captain in the absence of the divisional engineer. From 500 to 600 miners were there in front of the little platform, which was placed in the corner, and the bidding went on so rapidly that one only heard a deep tumult of voices, of shouted figures drowned by other figures. For a moment, Maheu feared that he would not be able to obtain one of the 40 workings offered by the company. All the rivals went lower, disquieted by the rumors of a crisis and the panic of a lockout. Négrel, the engineer, did not hurry in the face of this panic, and allowed the offers to fall to the lowest possible figures, while Dansaert, anxious to push matters still further, lied with regard to the quality of the workings. In order to get his 50 meters, Maheu struggled with a comrade who was also obstinate. In turn, they each took off a centime from the tram, and if he conquered in the end, it was only by lowering the wage to such an extent that the Captain Richomme, who was standing behind him, muttered between his teeth and nudged him with his elbow, growling angrily that he could never do it at that price. When they came out, Étienne was swearing, and he broke out before Chaval, who was returning from the wheat fields in company with Catherine, amusing himself while his father-in-law was absorbed in serious business. "By God," he exclaimed, "it's simply slaughter. Today it is the worker who is forced to devour the worker." Chaval was furious. He would never have lowered it. He wouldn't. And Zachary, who had come out of curiosity, declared that it was disgusting. But Étienne, with a violent gesture, silenced them. "It will end some day. We shall be the masters." Maheu, who had been mute since the auction, appeared to wake up. He repeated, "Masters! Ah, bad luck, it can't be too soon." Suddenly M. Hennebeau left his chair, saying the coffee was too hot and he would drink it afterwards. As he went out, he put a finger to his lips to recommend prudence. They all sat down again and remained at table in silence, no longer daring to move, listening from afar with intent ears jarred by these coarse male voices. Chapter 2. In the middle of the fields of wheat and beetroot, the 240 settlement slept beneath the black night. One could vaguely distinguish 4 immense blocks of small houses, back-to-back barracks or hospital blocks, geometric and parallel, separated by 3 large avenues which were divided into gardens of equal size. And over the desert plain one heard only the moan of squalls through the broken trellises of the enclosures. In the Mahis's house, number 16 in the 2nd block, nothing was stirring. The single room that occupied the 1st floor was drowned in a thick darkness which seemed to overwhelm with its weight the sleep of the beings whom one felt to be there in a mass, with open mouths, overcome by weariness. In spite of the keen cold outside, there was a living heat in the heavy air, that hot stuffiness of even the best-kept bedrooms, the smell of human cattle. 4 o'clock had struck from the clock in the room on the ground floor, but nothing yet stirred. One heard the piping of slender respirations, accompanied by 2 series of sonorous snores. And suddenly Catherine got up. In her weariness she had, as usual, counted the 4 strokes through the floor without the strength to arouse herself completely. Then, throwing her legs from under the bedclothes, she felt about, at last struck a match and lighted the candle. But she remained seated, her head so heavy that it fell back between her shoulders, seeking to return to the bolster. Now the candle lighted up the room. a square room with 2 windows and filled with 3 beds. There could be seen a cupboard, a table, and 2 old walnut chairs whose smoky tone made hard, dark patches against the walls, which were painted a light yellow. And nothing else, only clothes hung to nails, a jug placed on the floor, and a red pan which served as a basin. In the bed on the left, Zachary, the eldest, a youth of 21, was asleep with his brother Jean-Lin, who had completed his 11th year. In the right-hand bed, 2 urchins, Lenore and Henri, the first 6 years old, the second 4, slept in each other's arms, while Catherine shared the 3rd bed with her sister Alzière, so small for her 9 years that Catherine would not have felt her near her if it were not for the little invalid's humpback which pressed into her side. The glass door was open. One could perceive the lobby of a landing, a sort of recess in which the father and the mother occupied a 4th bed, against which they had been obliged to install the cradle of the latest comer, Estelle, aged scarcely 3 months. However, Catherine made a desperate effort. She stretched herself, she fidgeted her 2 hands in the red hair which covered her forehead and neck. Slender for her 15 years, all that showed of her limbs outside the narrow sheath of her camise were her bluish feet, as it were, tattooed with kohl, and her slight arms, the milky whiteness of which contrasted with the sallow tint of her face, already spoilt by constant washing with black soap. A final yawn opened her rather large mouth with splendid teeth against the chlorotic pallor of her gums, while her gray eyes were crying in her fight with sleep, with a look of painful distress and weariness which seemed to spread over the whole of her naked body. But a growl came from the landing, and Maho's thick voice stammered, "Devil take it, it's time." "Is it you lighting up, Catherine?" "Yes, father, it has just struck downstairs. Quick then, lazy. If you had danced less on Sunday, you would have woke us earlier. A fine, lazy life." And he went on grumbling, but sleep returned to him also. His reproaches became confused and were extinguished in fresh snoring. The young girl, in her chemise, with her naked feet on the floor, moved about in the room. As she passed by the bed of Henri and Lenore, she replaced the coverlet which had slipped down. They did not wake, lost in the strong sleep of childhood. Alzire, with open eyes, had turned to take the warm place of her big sister without speaking. "I say now, Zachary, and you, Jean-Lin, I say now," repeated Catherine, standing before her 2 brothers, who were still wallowing with their noses in the bolster. She had to seize the elder by the shoulder and shake him. Then, while he was muttering abuse, it came into her head to uncover them by snatching away the sheet. That seemed funny to her, and she began to laugh when she saw the 2 boys struggling with naked legs. "Stupid, leave me alone," growled Zachary in ill temper, sitting up. "I don't like tricks." "Good Lord, say it's time to get up." He was lean and ill-made, with a long face and a chin which showed signs of a sprouting beard, yellow hair, and the anemic pallor which belonged to his whole family. His shirt had rolled up to his belly, and he lowered it not from modesty but because he was not warm. "It has struck downstairs," repeated Catherine. "Come, up, father's angry." Jean-Lin, who had rolled himself up, closed his eyes, saying, "Go and hang yourself, I'm going to sleep." She laughed again, the laugh of a good-natured girl. He was so small, his limbs so thin with enormous joints enlarged by scrofula, that she took him up in her arms. But he kicked about, his apish face, pale and wrinkled, with its green eyes and great ears, grew pale with the rage of weakness. He said nothing, he bit her right breast. "Beastly fellow," she murmured, keeping back a cry and putting him on the floor. Alzire was silent, with the sheet tucked under her chin, but she had not gone to sleep again. With her intelligent invalid's eyes she followed her sister and her 2 brothers, who were now dressing. Another quarrel broke out around the pan. The boys hustled the young girl because she was so long washing herself. Shirts flew about, and, while still half asleep, they eased themselves without shame, with the tranquil satisfaction of a litter of puppies that have grown up together. Catherine was ready first. She put on her miner's breeches, then her canvas jacket, and fastened the blue cap on her knotted hair. In these clean Monday clothes she had the appearance of a little man. Nothing remained to indicate her sex except the slight roll of her hips. "When the old man comes back," said Zachary mischievously, "he'll like to find the bed unmade. You know I shall tell him it's you." The old man was the grandfather Bonnemort who, as he worked during the night, slept by day, so that the bed was never cold. There was always someone snoring there. Without replying, Catherine set herself to arrange the bedclothes and tuck them in, but during the last moment sounds had been heard behind the wall in the next house. These brick buildings, economically put up by the company, were so thin that the least breath could be heard through them. The inmates lived there, elbow to elbow, from one end to the other, and no fact of family life remained hidden, even from the youngsters. A heavy step had tramped up the staircase. Then there was a kind of soft fall, followed by a sigh of satisfaction. "Good," said Catherine. "Levaque has gone down, and here is Bouteloup come to join the Levaque woman." Jeanlin grinned. Even Alzire's eyes shone. Every morning they made fun of the household of three next door, a pikeman who lodged a worker in the cutting, an arrangement which gave the woman two men, one by night, the other by day. "Philomene is coughing," began Catherine again after listening. She was speaking of the eldest Levaque, a big girl of 19, and the mistress of Zachary, by whom she had already had 2 children. Her chest was so delicate that she was only a sifter at the pit, never having been able to work below. "Pooh, Philomene," replied Zachary. "She cares a lot. She's asleep. It's hoggish to sleep till 6. He was putting on his breeches when an idea occurred to him, and he opened the window. Outside in the darkness the settlement was awaking. Lights were dawning one by one between the laths of the shutters. And there was another dispute. He leant out to watch if he could not see, coming out of Pierron's opposite, the captain of the Varro, who was accused of sleeping with the Pierron woman, while his sister called to him that since the day before the husband had taken day duty at the pit-eye, and that certainly Danzer could not have slept there that night. Whilst the air entered in icy whiffs, both of them, becoming angry, maintained the truth of their own information, until cries and tears broke out. It was Estelle in her cradle, vexed by the cold. Mahel woke up suddenly. What had he got in his bones, then? Here he was going to sleep again like a good-for-nothing, and he swore so vigorously that the children became still. Zachary and Jeanlin finished washing with slow weariness. Alzire, with her large open eyes, continually stared. The 2 youngsters, Lenore and Henri, in each other's arms, had not stirred, breathing in the same quiet way in spite of the noise. "Catherine, give me the candle," called out Mahot. She finished buttoning her jacket and carried the candle into the closet, leaving her brothers to look for their clothes by what light came through the door. Her father jumped out of bed. She did not stop, but went downstairs in her coarse woolen stockings, feeling her way, and lighted another candle in the parlor to prepare the coffee. All the sabots of the family were beneath the sideboard. "Will you be still, vermin?" began Mahé again, exasperated by Estelle's cries, which still went on. He was short, like old Bonnemort, and resembled him, with his strong head, his flat, livid face beneath yellow hair cut very short. The child screamed more than ever, frightened by those great knotted arms which were held above her. "Leave her alone, you know that she won't be still," said his wife, stretching herself in the middle of the bed. She also had just awakened and was complaining how disgusting it was never to be able to finish the night. Could they not go away quietly? Buried in the clothes, she only showed her long face with large features of a heavy beauty, already disfigured at 39 by her life of wretchedness and the 7 children she had borne. With her eyes on the ceiling, she spoke slowly while her man dressed himself. They both ceased to hear the little one, who was strangling herself with screaming. "Eh? You know I haven't a penny, and this is only Monday, still 6 days before the fortnight's out. This can't go on. You, all of you, only bring in 9 francs. How do you expect me to go on? We are 10 in the house. Oh, 9 francs, exclaimed Maho. I and Zachary 3, that makes 6. Catherine and the father 2, that makes 4. 4 and 6, 10, and Jean 1, that makes 11. Yes, 11, but there are Sundays and the off days. Never more than 9, you know. He did not reply, being occupied in looking on the ground for his leather belt. Then he said, on getting up, "Mustn't complain. I'm sound all the same. There's more than one at 42 who are put to the patching. Maybe, old man, but that does not give us bread. Where am I to get it from, eh?" "Have you got nothing? I've got 2 coppers. Keep them for a half-pint. Good Lord, where am I to get it from? 6 days. It will never end. We owe 60 francs to my Grat, who turned me out of doors day before yesterday. That won't prevent me from going to see him again, but if he goes on refusing—" And Mahoude continued in her melancholy voice, without moving her head, only closing her eyes now and then beneath the dim light of the candle. She said the cupboard was empty, the little ones asking for bread and butter. Even the coffee was done, and the water caused colic, and the long days passed in deceiving hunger with boiled cabbage leaves. Little by little she had been obliged to raise her voice, for Estelle's screams drowned her words. These cries became unbearable. Maho seemed all at once to hear them, and, in a fury, snatched the little one up from the cradle and threw it on the mother's bed, stammering with rage, "Here, take her, I'll do for her." "Damn the child! It wants for nothing, it sucks, and it complains louder than all the rest." Estelle began, in fact, to suck. Hidden beneath the clothes and soothed by the warmth of the bed, her cries subsided into the greedy little sound of her lips. "Haven't the Pure Lane people told you to go and see them?" asked the father after a period of silence. The mother bit her lip with an air of discouraged doubt. "Yes, they met me. They were carrying clothes for poor children. Yes, I'll take Lenore and Henri to them this morning, if they only give me a few pence." There was silence again. Maho was ready. He remained a moment motionless, then added in his hollow voice, "What is it that you want? Let things be, and see about the soup. It's no good talking. Better be at work down below." "True enough," replied Mahoude. "Blow out the candle. I don't need to see the color of my thoughts." He blew out the candle. Zachary and Jeanlin were already going down. He followed them, and the wooden staircase creaked beneath their heavy feet, clad in wool. Behind them, the closet and the room were again dark. The children slept, even Alzar's eyelids were closed, but the mother now remained with her eyes open in the darkness, while, pulling at her breast, the pendant breast of an exhausted woman, Estelle was purring like a kitten. Down below, Catherine had at first occupied herself at the fire, which was burning in the iron grate, flanked by 2 ovens. The company distributed every month to each family 8 hectoliters of a hard, slaty coal, gathered in the passages. It burnt slowly, and the young girl who piled up the fire every night only had to stir it in the morning, adding a few fragments of soft coal, carefully picked out. Then, after having placed a kettle on the grate, she sat down before the sideboard. It was a fairly large room, occupying all the ground floor, painted an apple green and of Flemish cleanliness, with its flags well washed and covered with white sand. Besides the sideboard of varnished deal, the furniture consisted of a table and chairs of the same wood. Stuck onto the walls were some violently colored prints, portraits of the emperor and the empress, given by the company, of soldiers and of saints speckled with gold, contrasting crudely with the simple nudity of the room, and there was no other ornament except a box of rose-colored pasteboard on the sideboard, and the clock with its daubed face and loud tic-tac, which seemed to fill the emptiness of the place. Near the staircase door another door led to the cellar. In spite of the cleanliness, an odor of cooked onions shut up since the night before, poisoned the hot, heavy air, always laden with an acrid flavor of coal. Catherine, in front of the sideboard, was reflecting. There only remained the end of a loaf, cheese in fair abundance, but hardly a morsel of butter, and she had to provide bread and butter for 4. At last she decided, cut the slices, took one and covered it with cheese, spread another with butter, and stuck them together. That was the brick, the bread and butter sandwich taken to the pit every morning. The 4 bricks were soon on the table, in a row, cut with severe justice, from the big one for the father down to the little one for Jeanlin. Catherine, who appeared absorbed in her household duties, must, however, have been thinking of the stories told by Zachary about the head captain and the Pierron woman, for she half opened the front door and glanced outside. The wind was still whistling. There were numerous spots of light on the low fronts of the settlement, from which arose a vague tremor of awakening. Already doors were being closed and black files of workers passed into the night. It was stupid of her to get cold, since the porter at the pit-eye was certainly asleep waiting to take his duties at 6. Yet she remained and looked at the house on the other side of the gardens. The door opened, and her curiosity was aroused. But it could only be one of the little Pierrons, Lydie, setting out for the pit. The hissing sound of steam made her turn. She shut the door and hastened back. The water was boiling over and putting out the fire. There was no more coffee. She had to be content to add the water to last night's dregs. Then she sugared the coffee pot with brown sugar. At that moment her father and 2 brothers came downstairs. "Faith," exclaimed Zachary when he had put his nose into his bowl, "here's something that won't get into our heads." Maho shrugged his shoulders with an air of resignation. "Bah, it's hot. It's good all the same." Jeanlin had gathered up the fragments of bread and made a sop of them. After having drunk, Catherine finished by emptying the coffee pot into the tin jacks. All 4, standing up in the smoky light of the candle, swallowed their meals hastily. "Are we at the end?" said the father. "One would say we were people of property." But a voice came from the staircase, of which they had left the door open. It was Mahude who called out, "Take all the bread. I have some vermicelli for the children." "Yes, yes," replied Catherine. She had piled up the fire, wedging the pot that held the remains of the soup into a corner of the grate, so that the grandfather might find it warm when he came in at 6. Each took his sabots from under the sideboard, passed the strings of his tin over his shoulder, and placed his brick at his back, between shirt and jacket. And they went out, the men first, the girl, who came last, blowing out the candle and turning the key. The house became dark again. "We're off together," said a man who was closing the door of the next house. It was Levaque with his son Bébert, an urchin of 12, a great friend of Jeanlin's. Catherine, in surprise, stifled a laugh in Zachary's ear. Why? Beauteloup didn't even wait until the husband had gone. Now the lights in the settlement were extinguished, and the last door banged. All again fell asleep, the women and the little ones resuming their slumber in the midst of wider beds. And from the extinguished village to the roaring Voreux, a slow filing of shadows took place beneath the squalls, the departure of the colliers to their work, bending their shoulders and incommoded by their arms, crossed on their breasts, while the brick behind formed a hump on each back. Clothed in their thin jackets, they shivered with cold, but without hastening, straggling along the road with the tramp of a flock. "Monsieur is right," replied Mahude sturdily. "They don't always keep to the right path. That's what I'm always saying to the ne'er-do-wells when they complain. Now, I have been lucky. My husband doesn't drink. All the same, on feast Sundays he sometimes takes a drop too much, but it never goes farther. It is all the nicer of him, since before our marriage he drank like a hog, begging your pardon. And yet, it doesn't help us much that he is so sensible. There are days like today when you might turn out all the drawers in the house and not find a farthing." She wished to suggest to them the idea of the 5-franc piece, and went on in her low voice, explaining the fatal debt, small at first, then large and overwhelming. They paid regularly for many fortnights, but one day they got behind, and then it was all up. They could never catch up again. The gulf widened, and the men became disgusted with work which did not even allow them to pay their way. do what they could. There was nothing but difficulties until death. Besides, it must be understood that a collier needed a glass to wash away the dust. It began there, and then he was always in the inn when worries came. Without complaining of anyone, it might be that the workmen did not earn as much as they ought to. "I thought," said Madame Grégoire, "that the company gave you lodging and firing?" Maheude glanced sideways at the flaming coal in the fireplace. "Yes, yes, they give us coal, not very grand, but it burns. As to lodging, it only costs 6 francs a month. That sounds like nothing, but it is often pretty hard to pay. Today they might cut me up into bits without getting 2 sous out of me. Where there's nothing, there's nothing." The lady and gentleman were silent, softly stretched out, and gradually wearied and disquieted by the exhibition of this wretchedness. She feared she had wounded them, and added with the stolid and just air of a practical woman, "Oh, I didn't want to complain. Things are like this, and one has to put up with them, all the more that it's no good struggling. Perhaps we shouldn't change anything. The best is it not, to try and live honestly in the place in which the good God has put us?" And Grégoire approved this emphatically. "With such sentiments, my good woman, one is above misfortune." Honorine and Melanie at last brought the parcel. Cécile unfastened it and took out the 2 dresses. She added comforters, even stockings and mittens. They would all fit beautifully. She hastened and made the servants wrap up the chosen garments, for her music mistress had just arrived, and she pushed the mother and children towards the door. "We are very short," stammered Maheude, "if we only had a 5-franc piece." The phrase was stifled, for the Mahis were proud and never begged. Cécile looked uneasily at her father, but the latter refused decisively, with an air of duty. "No, it is not our custom. We cannot do it." Then the young girl, moved by the mother's overwhelmed face, wished to do all she could for the children. They were still looking fixedly at the brioche. She cut it in 2 and gave it to them. "Here, this is for you." Then, taking the pieces back, she asked for an old newspaper. "Wait, you must share with your brothers and sisters." And beneath the tender gaze of her parents, she finally pushed them out of the room. The poor, starving urchins went off, holding the brioche respectfully in their benumbed little hands. Maheude dragged her children along the road, seeing neither the desert fields, nor the black mud, nor the great livid sky. As she passed through Monceau, she resolutely entered Maigret's shop, and begged so persistently that at last she carried away 2 loaves, coffee, butter, and even her 5-franc piece, for the man also lent money by the week. It was not her that he wanted, it was Catherine. She understood that when he advised her to send her daughter for provisions, they would see about that. Catherine would box his ears if he came too close under her nose. She had been obliged to console herself and take a man. At last, at 8 o'clock, Maheude appeared with Estelle at her breast, followed by Alcire, Henri, and Lénore. She had come there straight to her husband without fear of missing him. They could sup later on. As yet nobody was hungry, with their stomachs soaked in coffee and thickened with beer. Other women came in, and they whispered together when they saw, behind Maheude, the Levaque woman enter with Bouteloup, who led in by the hand Achille and Désiré, Philoméne's little ones. The 2 neighbors seemed to be getting on well together, one turning round to chat with the other. On the way there had been a great explanation, and Maheude had resigned herself to Zachary's marriage, in despair at the loss of her eldest son's wages, but overcome by the thought that she could not hold it back any longer without injustice. She was trying, therefore, to put a good face on it, though with an anxious heart, as a housekeeper who was asking herself how she could make both ends meet now that the best part of her purse was going. "Place yourself there, neighbor," she said, pointing to a table near that where Maheu was drinking with Étienne and Pierron. "Is not my husband with you?" asked the Levaque woman. The others told her that he would soon come. They were all seated together in a heap. Bouteloup and the youngsters so tightly squeezed among the drinkers that the two tables only formed one. There was a call for drinks. Seeing her mother and her children, Philomene had decided to come near. She accepted a chair and seemed pleased to hear that she was at last to be married. Then, as they were looking for Zachary, she replied in her soft voice, "I am waiting for him. He is over there." Maho had exchanged a look with his wife. She had then consented. He became serious and smoked in silence. He also felt anxiety for the morrow in face of the ingratitude of these children, who got married one by one, leaving their parents in wretchedness. The dancing still went on, and the end of a quadrille drowned the ballroom in red dust. The walls cracked, a cornet produced shrill whistling sounds like a locomotive in distress, and when the dancers stopped they were smoking like horses. "Do you remember," said the Levaque woman, bending towards Maheude's ear, "you talked of strangling Catherine if she did anything foolish." Cheval brought Catherine back to the family table, and both of them, standing behind the father, finished their glasses. "Bah!" murmured Maheude with an air of resignation. "One says things like that. But what quiets me is that she will not have a child. I feel sure of that. You see, if she is confined and obliged to marry, what shall we do for a living then?" Now the cornet was whistling a polka, and as the deafening noise began again, Maho, in a low voice, communicated an idea to his wife. "Why should they not take a lodger? Etienne, for example, who was looking out for quarters. They would have room since Zachary was going to leave them, and the money that they would lose in that direction would be in part regained in the other." Maheude's face brightened. Certainly it was a good idea. It must be arranged. She seemed to be saved from starvation once more, and her good humor returned so quickly that she ordered a new round of drinks. Etienne, meanwhile, was seeking to indoctrinate Piron, to whom he was explaining his plan of a provident fund. He had made him promise to subscribe, when he was imprudent enough to reveal his real aim. "And if we go out on strike, you can see how useful that fund will be. We can snap our fingers at the company. We shall have there a fund to fight against them, eh? Don't you think so?" Piron lowered his eyes and grew pale. He stammered, "I'll think over it." "Good conduct. That's the best provident fund." Then Maho took possession of Etienne and squarely, like a good man, proposed to take him as a lodger. The young man accepted at once, anxious to live in the settlement with the idea of being nearer to his mates. The matter was settled in 3 words, Maheude declaring that they would wait for the marriage of the children. Just then, Zachary at last came back, with Mouquet and Levaque. The 3 brought in the odors of the Vulcan, a breath of gin, a musky acidity of ill-kept girls. They were very tipsy and seemed well pleased with themselves, digging their elbows into each other and grinning. When he knew that he was at last to be married, Zachary began to laugh so loudly that he choked. Philomene peacefully declared that she would rather see him laugh than cry. As there were no more chairs, Bouteloup had moved so as to give up half of his to Levaque, and the latter, suddenly much affected by realizing that the whole family party was there, once more had beer served out. "By the Lord, we don't amuse ourselves so often," he roared. They remained there till 10 o'clock. Women continued to arrive, either to join or to take away their men. Bands of children followed in rows, and the mothers no longer troubled themselves, pulling out their long pale breasts, like sacks of oats, and smearing their chubby babies with milk, while the little ones, who were already able to walk, gorged with beer and on all fours beneath the table, relieved themselves without shame. It was a rising sea of beer from Madame Désir's disemboweled barrels, the beer enlarged every belly, flowing from noses, eyes, and everywhere. So puffed out was the crowd that everyone had a shoulder or knee poking into his neighbor. All were cheerful and merry and thus feeling each other's elbows. A continuous laugh kept their mouths open from ear to ear. The heat was like an oven. They were roasting and felt themselves at ease with glistening skin gilded in a thick smoke from the pipes. The only discomfort was when one had to move away. From time to time, a girl rose, went to the other end, near the pump, lifted her clothes, and then came back. Beneath the garlands of painted paper, the dancers could no longer see each other. They perspired so much, this encouraged the trammers to tumble the putters over, catching them at random by the hips. But where a girl tumbled with a man over her, the cornet covered their fall with its furious music. The swirl of feet wrapped them round as if the ball had collapsed upon them. Someone who was passing warned Pierron that his daughter Lydie was sleeping at the door across the pavement. She had drunk her share of the stolen bottle and was tipsy. He had to carry her away in his arms, while Jeanlin and Bébert, who were more sober, followed him behind, thinking it a great joke. This was the signal for departure, and several families came out of the Bonjoyeux, the Mahis, and the Levaques, deciding to return to the settlement. At the same moment, Father Bonnemort and old Moquet also left Montsou, walking in the same somnambulistic manner, preserving the obstinate silence of their recollections. And they all went back together, passing for the last time through the fair where the frying pans were coagulating, and by the estaminets from which the last glasses were flowing in a stream towards the middle of the road. The storm was still threatening, and sounds of laughter arose as they left the lighted houses to lose themselves in the dark country around. Panting breaths arose from the ripe wheat. Many children must have been made on that night. They arrived in confusion at the settlement. Neither the Levaques nor the Mahis supped with appetite, and the latter kept on dropping off to sleep while finishing their morning's boiled beef. Étienne had led away Cheval for one more drink at Rasseneur's. "I am with you," said Cheval, when his mate had explained the matter of the Provident Fund. "Put it there. You're a fine fellow." The beginning of drunkenness was flaming in Étienne's eyes. He exclaimed, "Yes, let's join hands. As for me, you know I would give up everything for the sake of justice, both drink and girls. There's only one thing that warms my heart, and that is the thought that we are going to sweep away these bourgeois." Chapter 3. Étienne had at last descended from the platform and entered the Voreux. He spoke to men whom he met, asking if there was work to be had, but all shook their heads, telling him to wait for the captain. They left him free to roam through the ill-lighted buildings, full of black holes, confusing with their complicated stories and rooms. After having mounted a dark and half-destroyed staircase, he found himself on a shaky footbridge. Then he crossed the screening shed, which was plunged in such profound darkness that he walked with his hands before him for protection. Suddenly, two enormous yellow eyes pierced the darkness in front of him. He was beneath the pit frame in the receiving room, at the very mouth of the shaft. A captain, Father Richomme, a big man with the face of a good-natured gendarme and with a straight grey moustache, was at that moment going towards the receiver's office. "Do they want a hand here for any kind of work?" asked Étienne again. Richomme was about to say no, but he changed his mind and replied like the others as he went away, "Wait for Monsieur Danzer, the head captain." 4 lanterns were placed there, and the reflectors which threw all the light onto the shaft vividly illuminated the iron rail, the levers of the signals and bars, the joists of the guides along which slid the 2 cages. The rest of the vast room, like the nave of a church, was obscure and peopled by great floating shadows. Only the lamp cabin shone at the far end, while in the receiver's office a small lamp looked like a fading star. Work was about to be resumed, and on the iron pavement there was a continual thunder, trams of coal being wheeled without ceasing, while the landers, with their long, bent backs, could be distinguished amid the movement of all these black and noisy things in perpetual agitation. For a moment Étienne stood motionless, deafened and blinded. He felt frozen by the currents of air which entered from every side. Then he moved on a few paces, attracted by the winding engine, of which he could now see the glistening steel and copper. It was 25 meters beyond the shaft in a loftier chamber and placed so solidly on its brick foundation that though it worked at full speed with all its 400 horsepower, the movement of its enormous crank, emerging and plunging with oily softness, imparted no quiver to the walls. The engine-man, standing at his post, listened to the ringing of the signals, and his eye never moved from the indicator where the shaft was figured, with its different levels, by a vertical groove traversed by shot hanging to strings, which represented the cages, and at each departure, when the machine was put in motion, the drums, two immense wheels, 5 meters in radius, by means of which the two steel cables were rolled and unrolled, turned with such rapidity that they became like gray powder. "Look out there!" cried 3 landers, who were dragging an immense ladder. Étienne just escaped being crushed. His eyes were soon more at home, and he watched the cables moving in the air, more than 30 meters of steel ribbon, which flew up into the pit frame where they passed over pulleys to descend perpendicularly into the shaft, where they were attached to the cages. An iron frame, like the high scaffolding of a belfry, supported the pulleys. It was like the gliding of a bird, noiseless, without a jar, this rapid flight, the continual come and go of a thread of enormous weight, capable of lifting 12,000 kilograms at the rate of 10 meters a second. "Attention there, for God's sake!" cried again the landers, pushing the ladder to the other side in order to climb to the left-hand rowel. Slowly, Étienne returned to the receiving room. This giant flight over his head took away his breath. Shivering in the currents of air, he watched the movement of the cages, his ears deafened by the rumblings of the trams. Near the shaft, the signal was working, a heavy levered hammer drawn by a cord from below and allowed to strike against a block. 1 blow to stop, 2 to go down, 3 to go up. It was unceasing, like blows of a club dominating the tumult, accompanied by the clear sound of the bell, while the lander, directing the work, increased the noise still more by shouting orders to the engine-man through a trumpet. The cages in the middle of the clear space appeared and disappeared, were filled and emptied, without Étienne being at all able to understand the complicated proceeding. He only understood one thing well. The shaft swallowed men by mouthfuls of 20 or 30, and with so easy a gulp that it seemed to feel nothing go down. Since 4 o'clock the descent of the workmen had been going on. They came to the shed with naked feet and their lamps in their hands, waiting in little groups until a sufficient number had arrived. Without a sound, with the soft bound of a nocturnal beast, the iron cage arose from the night, wedged itself on the boats with its 4 decks, each containing 2 trams full of coal. Landers on different platforms took out the trams and replaced them by others, either empty or already laden with trimmed wooden props, and it was into the empty trams that the workmen crowded, 5 at a time, up to 40. When they filled all the compartments, an order came from the trumpet, a hollow, indistinct roar, while the signal cord was pulled 4 times from below, ringing meat to give warning of this burden of human flesh. Then, after a slight leap, the cage plunged silently, falling like a stone, only leaving behind it the vibrating flight of a cable. "Is it deep?" asked Étienne of a miner, who waited near him with a sleepy air. 554 meters, replied the man. "But there are 4 levels, the first at 320. Both were silent, with their eyes on the returning cable. Étienne said again, "And if it breaks?" "Ah, if it breaks!" The miner ended with a gesture. His turn had arrived. The cage had reappeared with its easy, unfatigued movement. He squatted in it with some comrades. It plunged down, then flew up again in less than 4 minutes to swallow down another load of men. For half an hour the shaft went on devouring in this fashion, with more or less greedy gulps according to the depth of the level to which the men went down, but without stopping, always hungry, with its giant intestines capable of digesting a nation. It went on filling and still filling, and the darkness remained dead. The cage mounted from the void with the same voracious silence. Étienne was at last seized again by the same depression which he had experienced on the pit bank. What was the good of persisting? This head captain would send him off like the others. A vague fear suddenly decided him. He went away, only stopping before the building of the engine room. The wide-open door showed 7 boilers with 2 furnaces. In the midst of the white steam and the whistling of the escapes, a stoker was occupied in piling up one of the furnaces, the heat of which could be felt as far as the threshold, and the young man was approaching, glad of the warmth, when he met a new band of colliers who had just arrived at the pit. It was the Maheu and Levaque set. When he saw Catherine at the head with her gentle, boyish air, a superstitious idea caused him to risk another question. "I say there, mate! Do they want a hand here for any kind of work?" She looked at him surprised, rather frightened at this sudden voice coming out of the shadow. But Maheu behind her had heard and replied, talking with Étienne for a moment. No, no one was wanted. This poor devil of a man who had lost his way here interested him. When he left him, he said to the others, "Hey, one might easily be like that. Mustn't complain. Everyone hasn't the chance to work himself to death." The band entered and went straight to the shed, a vast hall roughly boarded and surrounded by cupboards shut by padlocks. In the center, an iron fireplace, a sort of closed stove without a door, glowed red and was so stuffed with burning coal that fragments flew out and rolled on to the trodden soil. The hall was only lighted by this stove, from which sanguine reflections danced along the greasy woodwork up to the ceiling, stained with black dust. As the Mahis went into the heat, there was a sound of laughter. Some 30 workmen were standing upright with their backs to the fire, roasting themselves with an air of enjoyment. Before going down, they all came here to get a little warmth in their skins, so that they could face the dampness of the pit. But this morning there was much amusement. They were joking. Mouquette, a putter girl of 18, whose enormous breasts and flanks were bursting through her old jacket and breeches. She lived at Réquillart with her father, old Mouquet, a groom, and Mouquet, her brother, a lander, but their hours of work were not the same. She went to the pit by herself, and in the middle of the wheat fields in summer, or against a wall in winter, she took her pleasure with her lover of the week. All in the mine had their turn. It was a perpetual round of comrades without further consequences. One day, when reproached about a Marchienne nail-maker, she was furiously angry, exclaiming that she respected herself far too much, that she would cut her arm off if anyone could boast that he had seen her with anyone but a collier. "It isn't that big cheval now," said a miner, grinning. "Did that little fellow have you? He must have needed a ladder. I saw you behind Réquillart, a token that he got up on a milestone." "Well," replied Mouquette in a good humor, "what's that to do with you? You were not asked to push." And this gross, good-natured joke increased the laughter of the men, who expanded their shoulders, half-cooked by the stove, while she herself, shaken by laughter, was displaying in the midst of them the indecency of her costume, embarrassingly comical, with her masses of flesh exaggerated almost to disease. But the gaiety ceased. Mouquette told Maheu that Florence, big Florence, would never come again. She had been found the night before, stiff in her bed. Some said it was her heart, others that it was a pint of gin she had drunk too quickly. And Maheu was in despair. Another piece of ill luck, one of the best of his putters gone, without any chance of replacing her at once. He was working in a set. There were 4 pikemen associated in his cutting, himself, Zachary, Levaque, and Cheval. If they had Catherine alone to wheel, the work would suffer. Suddenly he called out, "I have it! There was that man looking for work." At that moment Dansaert passed before the shed. Maheu told him the story, and asked for his authority to engage the man. He emphasized the desire of the company to substitute men for women, as at Anzin. The head captain smiled at first, for the scheme of excluding women from the pit was not usually well received by the miners, who were troubled about placing their daughters and not much affected by questions of morality and health. But after some hesitation he gave his permission, reserving its ratification for Monsieur Negrel, the engineer. "All very well," exclaimed Zachary. "The man must be away by this time." "No," said Catherine. "I saw him stop at the boilers." "After him, then, lazy!" cried Mahou. The young girl ran forward, while a crowd of miners proceeded to the shaft, yielding the fire to others. Jean-Lin, without waiting for his father, went also to take his lamp, together with Bébert, a big, stupid boy, and Lydie, a small child of 10. Mouquette, who was in front of them, called out in the black passage. They were dirty brats, and threatened to box their ears if they pinched her. Étienne was, in fact, in the boiler building, talking with a stoker who was charging the furnaces with coal. He felt very cold at the thought of the night into which he must return. But he was deciding to set out when he felt a hand placed on his shoulder. "Come," said Catherine, "there's something for you." At first he could not understand. Then he felt a spasm of joy, and vigorously squeezed the young girl's hands. "Thanks, mate. Ah, you're a good chap, you are." She began to laugh, looking at him in the red light of the furnaces, which lit them up. It amused her that he should take her for a boy, still slender, with her knot of hair hidden beneath the cap. He also was laughing, with satisfaction, and they remained for a moment both laughing in each other's faces with radiant cheeks. Mahou, squatting down before his box in the shed, was taking off his sabots and his coarse woolen stockings. When Étienne arrived, everything was settled in 3 or 4 words: 30 sous a day, hard work, but work that he would easily learn. The pikeman advised him to keep his shoes, and lent him an old cap, a leather hat for the protection of his skull, a precaution which the father and his children disdained. The tools were taken out of the chest, where also was found Florence's shovel. Then, when Mahou had shut up their sabots, their stockings, as well as Étienne's bundle, he suddenly became impatient. "What is that lazy cheval up to? Another girl given a tumble on a pile of stones? We are half an hour late today." Zachary and Levaque were quietly roasting their shoulders. The former said at last, "Is it Cheval you're waiting for? He came before us and went down at once." "What? You knew that and said nothing? Come, come, look sharp." Catherine, who was warming her hands, had to follow the band. Étienne allowed her to pass and went behind her. Again he journeyed through a maze of staircases and obscure corridors in which their naked feet produced the soft sound of old slippers. But the lamp cabin was glittering. A glass house full of hooks in rows holding hundreds of Davy lamps, examined and washed the night before, and lighted like candles in a mortuary chapel. At the barrier each workman took his own, stamped with his number. Then he examined it and shut it himself, while the marker, seated at a table, inscribed on the registers the hour of descent. Mahou had to intervene to obtain a lamp for his new putter, and there was still another precaution. The workers defiled before an examiner, who assured himself that all the lamps were properly closed. "Golly, it's not warm here," murmured Catherine, shivering. Étienne contented himself with nodding his head. He was in front of the shaft, in the midst of a vast hall swept by currents of air. He certainly considered himself brave, but he felt a disagreeable emotion at his chest amid this thunder of trams, the hollow blows of the signals, the stifled howling of the trumpet, the continual flight of those cables, unrolled and rolled at full speed by the drums of the engine. The cages rose and sank with the gliding movement of a nocturnal beast, always engulfing men, whom the throat of the hole seemed to drink. It was his turn now. He felt very cold, and preserved a nervous silence which made Zachary and Levaque grin, for both of them disapproved of the hiring of this unknown man, especially Levaque, who was offended that he had not been consulted. So Catherine was glad to hear her father explain things to the young man. Look, above the cage there is a parachute with iron grapnels to catch into the guides in case of breakage. Does it work? Oh, not always. Yes, the shaft is divided into 3 compartments, closed by planking from top to bottom. In the middle, the cages, on the left, the passage for the ladders. But he interrupted himself to grumble, though taking care not to raise his voice much. What are we stuck here for, blast it? What right have they to freeze us in this way? The captain, Richomme, who was going down himself with his naked lamp fixed by a nail into the leather of his cap, heard him. "Careful! Look out for ears," he murmured paternally, as an old miner with an affectionate feeling for comrades. "Workmen must do what they can. Hold on, here we are. Get in with your fellows." The cage, provided with iron bands and a small meshed lattice work, was in fact awaiting them on the bars. Maho, Zachary, and Catherine slid into a tram below, and as all 5 had to enter, Étienne in his turn went in. But the good places were taken. He had to squeeze himself near the young girl, whose elbow pressed into his belly. His lamp embarrassed him. They advised him to fasten it to the buttonhole of his jacket. Not hearing, he awkwardly kept it in his hand. The embarkation continued, above and below, a confused packing of cattle. They did not, however, set out. What, then, was happening? It seemed to him that his impatience lasted for many minutes. At last he felt a shock, and the light grew dim. Everything around him seemed to fly, while he experienced the dizzy anxiety of a fall contracting his bowels. This lasted as long as he could see light, through the 2 reception stories, in the midst of the whirling by of the scaffolding. Then, having fallen into the blackness of the pit, he became stunned, no longer having any clear perception of his sensations. "Now we are off," said Mahu quietly. They were all at their ease. He asked himself at times if he was going up or down. Now and then, when the cage went straight without touching the guides, there seemed to be no motion, but rough shocks were afterwards produced, a sort of dancing amid the joists which made him fear a catastrophe. For the rest, he could not distinguish the walls of the shaft behind the latticework, to which he pressed his face. The lamps feebly lighted the mass of bodies at his feet. Only the captain's naked light in the neighboring tram shone like a lighthouse. "This is 4 meters in diameter," continued Mahayu to instruct him. "The tubbing wants doing over again, for the water comes in everywhere. Stop! We are reaching the bottom, do you hear?" Étienne was, in fact, now asking himself the meaning of this noise of falling rain. A few large drops had at first sounded on the roof of the cage like the beginning of a shower, and now the rain increased, streaming down, becoming at last a deluge. The roof must be full of holes, for a thread of water was flowing onto his shoulder and wetting him to the skin. The cold became icy, and they were buried in black humidity when they passed through a sudden flash of light, the vision of a cavern in which men were moving. But already they had fallen back into darkness. Mahu said, "That is the first main level. We are at 320 meters. See the speed." Raising his lamp, he lighted up a joist of the guides which fled by like a rail beneath a train going at full speed, and beyond, as before, nothing could be seen. They passed 3 other levels in flashes of light. The deafening rain continued to strike through the darkness. "How deep it is!" murmured Étienne. This fall seemed to last for hours. He was suffering for the cramped position he had taken, not daring to move, and especially tortured by Catherine's elbow. She did not speak a word. He only felt her against him, and it warmed him. When the cage at last stopped at the bottom, at 554 meters, he was astonished to learn that the descent had lasted exactly 1 minute. But the noise of the bolts fixing themselves, the sensation of solidity beneath, suddenly cheered him, and he was joking when he said to Catherine, "What have you got under your skin to be so warm? I've got your elbow in my belly, sure enough." Then she also burst out laughing. Stupid of him, still to take her for a boy. Were his eyes out? "It's in your eye that you've got my elbow," she replied, in the midst of a storm of laughter which the astonished young man could not account for. The cage voided its burden of workers who crossed the pit-eye hall, a chamber cut in the rock, vaulted with masonry, and lighted up by 3 large lamps. Over the iron flooring the porters were violently rolling laden trams. A cavernous odor exhaled from the walls, a freshness of saltpeter in which mingled hot breaths from the neighboring stable. The openings of 4 galleries yawned here. "This way," said Mahaut to Étienne. "You're not there yet. It is still 2 kilometers." The workmen separated and were lost in groups in the depths of these black holes. Some 15 went off into that on the left, and Étienne walked last, behind Mahaut, who was preceded by Catherine, Zachary, and Levaque. It was a large gallery for wagons through a bed of solid rock, which had only needed walling here and there. In single file they still went on without a word, by the tiny flame of the lamps. The young man stumbled at every step, and entangled his feet in the rails. For a moment a hollow sound disturbed him, the sound of a distant storm, the violence of which seemed to increase and to come from the bowels of the earth. Was it the thunder of a landslip bringing onto their heads the enormous mass which separated them from the light? A gleam pierced the night. He felt the rock tremble, and when he had placed himself close to the wall, like his comrades, he saw a large white horse close to his face, harnessed to a train of wagons. On the first, and holding the reins, was seated Bébert, while Jeanlin, with his hands leaning on the edge of the last, was running barefooted behind. They again began their walk. Farther on they reached Crossways, where 2 new galleries opened, and the band divided again, the workers gradually entering all the stalls of the mine. Now the wagon gallery was constructed of wood, props of timber supported the roof, and made for the crumbly rock a screen of scaffolding, behind which one could see the plates of schist glimmering with mica, and the coarse masses of dull, rough sandstone. Trains of tubs, full or empty, continually passed, crossing each other with their thunder, borne into the shadow by vague beasts trotting by like phantoms. On the double way of a shunting line a long black serpent slept, a train at standstill with a snorting horse whose crupper looked like a block fallen from the roof. Doors for ventilation were slowly opening and shutting, and as they advanced the gallery became more narrow and lower, and the roof irregular, forcing them to bend their backs constantly. Étienne struck his head hard. Without his leather cap he would have broken his skull. However, he attentively followed the slightest gestures of Mahaut, whose somber profile was seen against the glimmer of the lamps. None of the workmen knocked themselves. They evidently knew each boss, each knot of wood or swelling in the rock. The young man also suffered from the slippery soil, which became damper and damper. At times he went through actual puddles, only revealed by the muddy splash of his feet. But what especially astonished him were the sudden changes of temperature. At the bottom of the shaft it was very chilly, and in the wagon gallery, through which all the air of the mine passed, an icy breeze was blowing with the violence of a tempest between the narrow walls. Afterwards, as they penetrated more deeply along other passages which only received a meager share of air, the wind fell, and the heat increased, a suffocating heat as heavy as lead. Mahaut had not again opened his mouth. He turned down another gallery to the right, simply saying to Étienne, without looking round, "The Guillaume seam." It was the seam which contained their cutting. At the first step, Étienne hurt his head and elbows. The sloping roof descended so low that, for 20 or 30 meters at a time, he had to walk bent double. The water came up to his ankles. After 200 meters of this, he saw Levaque, Zachary, and Catherine disappear, as though they had flown through a narrow fissure which was open in front of him. "We must climb," said Mahaut. "Fasten your lamp to a buttonhole and hang on to the wood." He himself disappeared, and Étienne had to follow him. This chimney passage left in the seam was reserved for miners, and led to all the secondary passages. It was about the thickness of the coal bed, hardly 60 centimeters. Fortunately, the young man was thin, for, as he was still awkward, he hoisted himself up with a useless expense of muscle, flattening his shoulders and hips, advancing by the strength of his wrists clinging to the planks. 15 meters higher they came on the first secondary passage, but they had to continue, as the cutting of Mahau and his mates was in the 6th passage. In hell, as they said, every 15 meters the passages were placed over each other in never-ending succession through this cleft, which scraped back and chest. Étienne groaned as if the weight of the rocks had pounded his limbs. With torn hands and bruised legs, he also suffered from lack of air, so that he seemed to feel the blood bursting through his skin. He vaguely saw in one passage 2 squatting beasts, a big one and a little one, pushing trams. They were Lydie and Moquette already at work, and he had still to climb the height of 2 cuttings. He was blinded by sweat, and he despaired of catching up the others, whose agile limbs he heard brushing against the rock with a long, gliding movement. "Cheer up! Here we are!" said Catherine's voice. He had, in fact, arrived, and another voice cried from the bottom of the cutting, "Well, is this the way to treat people? I have 2 kilometers to walk from Monceau, and I am here first." It was Cheval, a tall, lean, bony fellow of 25, with strongly marked features, who was in a bad humor at having to wait. When he saw Étienne, he asked with contemptuous surprise, "What's that?" And when Maheu had told him the story, he added between his teeth, "These men are eating the bread of girls." The 2 men exchanged a look, lighted up by one of those instinctive hatreds which suddenly flame up. Étienne had felt the insult without yet understanding it. There was silence, and they got to work. At last all the seams were gradually filled, and the cuttings were in movement at every level and at the end of every passage. The devouring shaft had swallowed its daily ration of men, nearly 700 hands, who were now at work in this giant ant-hill, everywhere making holes in the earth, drilling it like an old worm-eaten piece of wood. And in the middle of the heavy silence and crushing weight of the strata one could hear, by placing one's ear to the rock, the movement of these human insects at work, from the flight of the cable which moved the cage up and down, to the biting of the tools cutting out the coal at the end of the stalls. Étienne, on turning round, found himself again pressed close to Catherine. But this time he caught a glimpse of the developing curves of her breast. He suddenly understood the warmth which had penetrated him. "You are a girl, then!" he exclaimed, stupefied. She replied in her cheerful way, without blushing, "Of course, you've taken your time to find it out." 3 o'clock struck. Still nothing. A falling shower had soaked the crowd, but they had not withdrawn a step. Rasseneur's dog had begun to bark again. And it was at 20 minutes past 3 only that the upright. Then a second shock followed immediately, and a long cry came from open mouths. The tarred screening shed, after having tottered twice, had fallen down with a terrible crash. Beneath the enormous pressure the structures broke and jarred each other so powerfully that sparks leapt out. From this moment the earth continued to tremble. The shocks succeeded one another, subterranean downfalls, the rumbling of a volcano in eruption. Afar the dog was no longer barking, but he howled plaintively as though announcing the oscillations which he felt coming, and the women, the children, all these people who were looking on, could not keep back a clamor of distress at each of these blows which shook them. In less than 10 minutes the slate roof of the steeple fell in. The receiving room and the engine rooms were split open, leaving a considerable breach. Then the sounds ceased, the downfall stopped, and there was again deep silence. For an hour the Voreux remained thus, broken into, as though bombarded by an army of barbarians. There was no more crying out. The enlarged circle of spectators merely looked on. Beneath the piled-up beams of the sifting shed, fractured tipping cradles could be made out with broken and twisted hoppers. But the rubbish had especially accumulated at the receiving room, where there had been a rain of bricks, and large portions of wall and masses of plaster had fallen in. The iron scaffold which bore the pulleys had bent, half buried in the pit. A cage was still suspended, a torn cable end was hanging. Then there was a hash of trams, metal plates, and ladders. By some chance the lamp cabin remained standing, exhibiting on the left its bright rows of little lamps. And at the end of its disemboweled chamber, the engine could be seen seated squarely on its massive foundation of masonry. Its copper was shining, and its huge steel limbs seemed to possess indestructible muscles. The enormous crank, bent in the air, looked like the powerful knee of some giant quietly reposing in his strength. After this hour of respite, Hennebo's hopes began to rise. The movement of the soil must have come to an end, and there would be some chance of saving the engine and the remainder of the buildings. But he would not yet allow anyone to approach, considering another half-hour's patience desirable. This waiting became unbearable. The hope increased the anguish, and all hearts were beating quickly. A dark cloud growing large at the horizon hastened the twilight, a sinister dayfall over this wreck of Earth's tempests. Since 7 o'clock they had been there without moving or eating. And suddenly, as the engineers were cautiously advancing, a supreme convulsion of the soil put them to flight. Subterranean detonations broke out. A whole monstrous artillery was cannonading in the Gulf. At the surface, the last buildings were tipped over and crushed. At first, a sort of whirlpool carried away the rubbish from the sifting shed and the receiving room. Next, the boiler building burst and disappeared. Then it was the low square tower where the pumping engine was groaning, which fell on its face like a man mown down by a bullet. And then a terrible thing was seen. The engine, dislocated from its massive foundation with broken limbs, was struggling against death. It moved, it straightened its crank, its giant's knee, as though to rise, but, crushed and swallowed up, it was dying. The chimney alone, 30 meters high, still remained standing, though shaken like a mast in the tempest. It was thought that it would be crushed to fragments and fly to powder when suddenly it sank in one block, drunk down by the earth, melted like a colossal candle, and nothing was left, not even the point of the lightning conductor. It was done for. The evil beast crouching in this hole, gorged with human flesh, was no longer breathing with its thick, long respiration. The Voreux had been swallowed whole by the abyss. The crowd rushed away, yelling. The women hid their eyes as they ran. Terror drove the men along like a pile of dry leaves. They wished not to shout, and they shouted with swollen breasts and arms in the air before the immense hole which had been hollowed out. This crater, as of an extinct volcano, 15 meters deep, extended from the road to the canal for a space of at least 40 meters. The whole square of the mine had followed the buildings, the gigantic platforms, the footbridges with their rails, a complete train of trams, 3 wagons, without counting the wood supply, a forest of cut timber, gulped down like straw. At the bottom it was only possible to distinguish a confused mass of beams, bricks, iron, plaster, frightful remains piled up, entangled, soiled in the fury of the catastrophe. And the hole became larger. Cracks started from the edges, reaching afar across the fields. A fissure ascended as far as Rasseneur's bar, and his front wall had cracked. Would the settlement itself pass into it? How far ought they to flee to reach shelter at the end of this abominable day, beneath this leaden cloud which also seemed about to crush the earth? A cry of pain escaped Négrel. Hennebo, who had drawn back, was in tears. The disaster was not complete. One bank of the canal gave way, and the canal emptied itself like one bubbling sheet through one of the cracks. It disappeared there, falling like a cataract down a deep valley. The mine drank down this river. The galleries would now be submerged for years. Soon the crater was filled, and a lake of muddy water occupied the place where once stood the Voreux, like one of those lakes beneath which sleep accursed towns. There was a terrified silence, and nothing now could be heard but the fall of this water rumbling in the bowels of the earth. Then on the shaken pit bank Souverine rose up. He had recognized Mahude and Zachary sobbing before this downfall, the weight of which was so heavy on the heads of the wretches who were in agony beneath. And he threw down his last cigarette. He went away without looking back into the now dark night. Afar his shadow diminished and mingled with the darkness. He was going over there to the unknown. He was going tranquilly to extermination, wherever there might be dynamite to blow up towns and men. He will be there without doubt when the middle class in agony shall hear the pavement of the streets bursting up beneath their feet. Chapter 4. The four pikemen had spread themselves one above the other over the whole face of the cutting. Separated by planks, hooked on to retain the fallen coal, they each occupied about 4 meters of the seam, and this seam was so thin, scarcely more than 50 centimeters thick at this spot, that they seemed to be flattened between the roof and the wall, dragging themselves along by their knees and elbows, and unable to turn without crushing their shoulders. In order to attack the coal, they had to lie on their sides with their necks twisted and arms raised, brandishing in a sloping direction their short-handled picks. Below there was, first, Zachary, Levaque, and Cheval were on the stages above, and at the very top was Mahel. Each worked at the slaty bed, which he dug out with blows of the pick. Then he made 2 vertical cuttings in the bed and detached the block by burying an iron wedge in its upper part. The coal was rich. The block broke and rolled in fragments along their bellies and thighs. When these fragments, retained by the plank, had collected round them, the pikemen disappeared, buried in the narrow cleft. Maheu suffered most. At the top, the temperature rose to 35 degrees, and the air was stagnant, so that in the long run it became lethal. In order to see, he had been obliged to fix his lamp to a nail near his head, and this lamp, close to his skull, still further heated his blood. But his torment was especially aggravated by the moisture. The rock above him, a few centimeters from his face, streamed with water, which fell in large, continuous, rapid drops with a sort of obstinate rhythm, always at the same spot. It was vain for him to twist his head or bend back his neck. They fell on his face, dropping unceasingly. In a quarter of an hour he was soaked, and at the same time covered with sweat, smoking as with the hot steam of a laundry. This morning a drop beating upon his eye made him swear. He would not leave his picking. He dealt great strokes which shook him violently between the 2 rocks, like a fly caught between 2 leaves of a book and in danger of being completely flattened. Not a word was exchanged. They all hammered. One only heard these irregular blows which seemed veiled and remote. The sounds had a sonorous hoarseness without any echo in the dead air. And it seemed that the darkness was an unknown blackness, thickened by the floating coal dust, made heavy by the gas which weighed on the eyes. The wicks of the lamps beneath their caps of metallic tissue only showed as reddish points. One could distinguish nothing. The cutting opened out above like a large chimney, flat and oblique, in which the soot of 10 years had amassed a profound night. Spectral figures were moving in it. The gleams of light enabled one to catch a glimpse of a rounded hip, a knotty arm, a vigorous head, besmeared as if for a crime. Sometimes blocks of coal shone suddenly as they became detached, illuminated by a crystalline reflection. Then everything fell back into darkness. Pickaxes struck great hollow blows. One only heard panting chests, the grunting of discomfort and weariness beneath the weight of the air and the rain of the springs. Zachary, with arms weakened by a spree of the night before, soon left his work on the pretense that more timbering was necessary. This allowed him to forget himself in quiet whistling, his eyes vaguely resting in the shade. Behind the pikemen, nearly 3 meters of the seam were clear, and they had not yet taken the precaution of supporting the rock, having grown careless of danger and miserly of their time. "Here, you swell," cried the young man to Étienne. "Hand up some wood." Étienne, who was learning from Catherine how to manage his shovel, had to raise the wood in the cutting. A small supply had remained over from yesterday. It was usually sent down every morning ready cut to fit the bed. "Hurry up there, damn it!" shouted Zachary, seeing the new putter hoist himself up awkwardly in the midst of the coal, his arms embarrassed by 4 pieces of oak. He made a hole in the roof with his pickaxe, and then another in the wall, and wedged in the 2 ends of the wood which thus supported the rock. In the afternoon the workers in the earth-cutting took the rubbish left at the bottom of the gallery by the pikemen, and cleared out the exhausted section of the seam, in which they destroyed the wood, being only careful about the lower and upper roads for the haulage. Maho ceased to groan. At last he had detached his block, and he wiped his streaming face on his sleeve. He was worried about what Zachary was doing behind him. "Let it be," he said. "We will see after breakfast. Better go on hewing if we want to make up our share of trams." "It's because it's sinking," replied the young man. "Look, there's a crack." "It may slip." But the father shrugged his shoulders. "Ah, nonsense. Slip! And if it did, it would not be the first time. They would get out of it all right." He grew angry at last and sent his son to the front of the cutting. All of them, however, were now stretching themselves. Levaque, resting on his back, was swearing as he examined his left thumb, which had been grazed by the fall of a piece of sandstone. Chaval had taken off his shirt in a fury, and was working with bare chest and back for the sake of coolness. They were already black with coal, soaked in a fine dust diluted with sweat which ran down in streams and pools. Maho first began again to hammer, lower down, with his head level with the rock. Now the drop struck his forehead so obstinately that he seemed to feel it piercing a hole in the bone of his skull.
"You mustn't mind," explained Catherine to Étienne. "They are always howling."
And like a good-natured girl, she went on with her lesson. Every laden tram arrived at the top in the same condition as it left the cutting, marked with a special metal token so that the receiver might put it to the reckoning of the stall. It was necessary, therefore, to be very careful to fill it, and only to take clean coal, otherwise it was refused at the receiving office. The young man, whose eyes were now becoming accustomed to the darkness, looked at her, still white with her chlorotic complexion, and he could not have told her age. He thought she must be 12. She seemed to him so slight. However, he felt she must be older with her boyish freedom, a simple audacity which confused him a little. She did not please him. He thought her too roguish with her pale Pierrot head, framed at the temples by the cap. But what astonished him was the strength of this child, a nervous strength which was blended with a good deal of skill. She filled her tram faster than he could. With quick, small, regular strokes of the shovel, she afterwards pushed it to the inclined way with a single slow push, without a hitch, easily passing under the low rocks. He tore himself to pieces, got off the rails, and was reduced to despair. It was certainly not a convenient road. It was 60 meters from the cutting to the upbrow, and the passage, which the miners in the earth-cutting had not yet enlarged, was a mere tube with a very irregular roof swollen by innumerable bosses. At certain spots the laden tram could only just pass. The putter had to flatten himself, to push on his knees in order not to break his head, and besides this the wood was already bending and yielding. One could see it broken in the middle in long, pale rents like an over-weak crutch. One had to be careful not to graze oneself in these fractures, and beneath the slow crushing, which caused the splitting of billets of oak as large as the thigh, one had to glide almost on one's belly with a secret fear of suddenly hearing one's back break. "Again!" said Catherine, laughing. Étienne's tram had gone off the rails at the most difficult spot. He could not roll straight on these rails, which sank in the damp earth, and he swore, became angry, and fought furiously with the wheels, which he could not get back into place in spite of exaggerated efforts.
"Wait a bit," said the young girl. "If you get angry, it will never go."
Skillfully she had glided down and thrust her buttocks beneath the tram, and by putting the weight on her loins she raised it and replaced it. The weight was 700 kilograms. Surprised and ashamed, he stammered excuses. She was obliged to show him how to straddle his legs and brace his feet against the planking on both sides of the gallery in order to give himself a more solid fulcrum. The body had to be bent, the arms made stiff so as to push with all the muscles of the shoulders and hips. During the journey, he followed her and watched her proceed with tense back, her fists so low that she seemed trotting on all fours like one of those dwarf beasts that perform at circuses. She sweated, panted, her joints cracked, but without a complaint, with the indifference of custom, as if it were the common wretchedness of all to live thus bent double. But he could not succeed in doing as much. His shoes troubled him. His body seemed broken by walking in this way with lowered head. At the end of a few minutes the position became a torture, an intolerable anguish, so painful that he got on his knees for a moment to straighten himself and breathe. Then, at the up-brow, there was more labor. She taught him to fill his tram quickly. At the top and bottom of this inclined plane, which served all the cuttings from one level to the other, there was a trammer, the brakesman above, the receiver below. These scamps of 12 to 15 years shouted abominable words to each other, and to warn them it was necessary to yell still more violently. Then, as soon as there was an empty tram to send back, the receiver gave the signal and the putter embarked her full tram, the weight of which made the other ascend when the brakesman loosened his brake. Below, in the bottom gallery, were formed the trains which the horses drew to the shaft. "Here, you confounded rascals!" cried Catherine in the inclined way, which was wood-lined, about 100 meters long, and resounded like a gigantic trumpet. The trammers must have been resting, for neither of them replied. On all the levels haulage had stopped. A shrill girl's voice said at last, "One of them must be on moquette, sure enough." There was a roar of laughter, and the putters of the whole seam held their sides. "Who is that?" asked Étienne of Catherine. The latter named little Liddy, a scamp who knew more than she ought, and who pushed her tram as stoutly as a woman in spite of her doll's arms. As to Moquette, she was quite capable of being with both the trammers at once. But the voice of the receiver arose, shouting out to load. Doubtless a captain was passing beneath. Haulage began again on the 9 levels, and one only heard the regular calls of the trammers and the snorting of the putters arriving at the up-brow and steaming like overladen mares. It was the element of bestiality which breathed in the pit, the sudden desire of the male when a miner met one of these girls on all fours, with her flanks in the air and her hips bursting through her boy's breeches. And on each journey Étienne found again at the bottom the stuffiness of the cutting, the hollow and broken cadence of the axes, the deep, painful sighs of the pikemen persisting in their work. All four were naked, mixed up with the coal, soaked with black mud up to the cap. At one moment it had been necessary to free Maho, who was gasping, and to remove the planks so that the coal could fall into the passage. Zachary and Levaque became enraged with the seam, which was now hard, they said, and which would make the condition of their account disastrous. Chaval turned, lying for a moment on his back, abusing Étienne, whose presence decidedly exasperated him. "A sort of worm hasn't the strength of a girl. Are you going to fill your tub? It's to spare your arms, eh? Damned if I don't keep back the 10 sous if you get us one refused." The young man avoided replying, too happy at present to have found this convict's labor in accepting the brutal rule of the worker by master-worker. But he could no longer walk. His feet were bleeding, his limbs torn by horrible cramps, his body confined in an iron girdle. Fortunately, it was 10 o'clock, and the stall decided to have breakfast. Maho had a watch, but he did not even look at it. At the bottom of this starless night he was never 5 minutes out. All put on their shirts and jackets. Then, descending from the cutting, they squatted down, their elbows to their sides, their buttocks on their heels, in that posture so habitual with miners that they keep it even when out of the mine, without feeling the need of a stone or a beam to sit on. and each, having taken out his brick, bit seriously at the thick slice, uttering occasional words on the morning's work. Catherine, who remained standing, at last joined Étienne, who had stretched himself out farther along, across the rails, with his back against the planking. There was a place there almost dry.
"You don't eat?"
she said to him, with her mouth full and her brick in her hand. Then she remembered that this youth, wandering about at night without a sou, perhaps had not a bit of bread.
"Will you share with me?"
And as he refused, declaring that he was not hungry, while his voice trembled with the gnawing in his stomach, she went on cheerfully, "Ah, if you are fastidious. But here, I've only bitten on that side. I'll give you this." She had already broken the bread and butter into 2 pieces. The young man, taking his half, restrained himself from devouring it all at once, and placed his arms on his thighs, so that she should not see how he trembled. With her quiet air of good comradeship, she lay beside him, at full length on her stomach, with her chin in one hand, slowly eating with the other. Their lamps, placed between them, lit up their faces. Catherine looked at him a moment in silence. She must have found him handsome, with his delicate face and black mustache. She vaguely smiled with pleasure. "Then you are an engine driver, and they sent you away from your railway. Why?" "Because I struck my chief." She remained stupefied, overwhelmed with her hereditary ideas of subordination and passive obedience. "I ought to say that I had been drinking," he went on, "and when I drink I get mad. I could devour myself, and I could devour other people. Yes, I can't swallow 2 small glasses without wanting to kill someone. Then I am ill for 2 days. "You mustn't drink," she said seriously. "Ah, don't be afraid. I know myself." And he shook his head. He hated brandy with the hatred of the last child of a race of drunkards who suffered in his flesh from all those ancestors, soaked and driven mad by alcohol to such a point that the least drop had become poison to him. "It is because of Mother that I didn't like being turned into the street," he said, after having swallowed a mouthful. "Mother is not happy, and I used to send her a 5-franc piece now and then. Where is she, then, your mother?" "At Paris. Laundress, Rue de la Goutte d'Or." There was silence. When he thought of these things, a tremor dimmed his dark eyes, the sudden anguish of the injury he brooded over in his fine, youthful strength. For a moment he remained with his looks buried in the darkness of the mine, and at that depth, beneath the weight and suffocation of the earth, he saw his childhood again, his mother still beautiful and strong, forsaken by his father, then taken up again after having married another man, living with the 2 men who ruined her, rolling with them in the gutter in drink and ordure. It was down there, he recalled the street. The details came back to him, the dirty linen in the middle of the shop, the drunken carousals that made the house stink, and the jaw-breaking blows. "Now," he began again in a slow voice, "I haven't even 30 sous to make her presents with. She will die of misery, sure enough." He shrugged his shoulders with despair, and again bit at his bread and butter. "Will you drink?" asked Catherine, uncorking her tin. "Oh, it's coffee. It won't hurt you." "One gets dry when one eats like that." But he refused. It was quite enough to have taken half her bread. However, she insisted good-naturedly and said at last, "Well, I will drink before you since you are so polite. Only you can't refuse now. It would be rude." She held out her tin to him. She had got on to her knees, and he saw her quite close to him, lit up by the 2 lamps. Why had he found her ugly? Now that she was black, her face powdered with fine charcoal, she seemed to him singularly charming. In this face surrounded by shadow, the teeth in the broad mouth shone with whiteness, while the eyes looked large and gleamed with a greenish reflection like a cat's eyes. A lock of red hair which had escaped from her cap tickled her ear and made her laugh. She no longer seemed so young, she might be quite 14. "To please you," he said, drinking and giving her back the tin. She swallowed a second mouthful and forced him to take one too, wishing to share, she said, and that little tin that went from one mouth to the other amused them. He suddenly asked himself if he should not take her in his arms and kiss her lips. She had large lips of a pale rose color, made vivid by the cold, which tormented him with increasing desire. But he did not dare, intimidated before her, only having known girls on the streets at Lille of the lowest order, and not realizing how one ought to behave with a work girl still living with her family. "You must be about 14, then?" he asked, after having gone back to his bread. She was astonished, almost angry. "What? 14? But I am 15. It's true, I'm not big. Girls don't grow quick with us." He went on questioning her, and she told everything without boldness or shame. For the rest, she was not ignorant concerning man and woman, although he felt that her body was virginal, with the virginity of a child delayed in her sexual maturity by the environment of bad air and weariness in which she lived. When he spoke of Moquette, in order to embarrass her, she told some horrible stories in a quiet voice with much amusement. "Ah, she did some fine things." And as he asked if she herself had no lovers, she replied jokingly that she did not wish to vex her mother, but that it must happen some day. Her shoulders were bent. She shivered a little from the coldness of her garments soaked in sweat, with a gentle, resigned air ready to submit to things and men. People can find lovers when they all live together, can't they? Sure enough. And then it doesn't hurt anyone. One doesn't tell the priest, "Oh, the priest, I don't care for him." But there is the black man. "What do you mean, the black man?" "The old miner who comes back into the pit and wrings naughty girls' necks." He looked at her, afraid that she was making fun of him. "You believe in those stupid things? Then you don't know anything." "Yes, I do. I can read and write. That is useful among us. In father and mother's time they learnt nothing." She was certainly very charming. When she had finished her bread and butter, he would take her and kiss her on her large rosy lips. It was the resolution of timidity, a thought of violence which choked his voice. "These boys' clothes, this jacket and these breeches," on the girl's flesh excited and troubled him. He had swallowed his last mouthful. He drank from the tin and gave it back for her to empty. Now the moment for action had come, and he cast a restless glance at the miners farther on. But a shadow blocked the gallery. For a moment, Chaval stood and looked at them from afar. He came forward, having assured himself that Mahaut could not see him, and as Catherine was seated on the earth, he seized her by the shoulders, drew her head back, and tranquilly crushed her mouth beneath a brutal kiss, affecting not to notice Étienne. There was in that kiss an act of possession, a sort of jealous resolution. However, the young girl was offended. "Let me go, do you hear?" He kept hold of her head and looked into her eyes. His moustache and small red beard flamed in his black face with its large eagle nose. He let her go at last, and went away without speaking a word. A shudder had frozen Étienne. It was stupid to have waited. He could certainly not kiss her now, for she would, perhaps, think that he wished to behave like the other. In his wounded vanity he experienced real despair. "Why did you lie?" he said in a low voice. "He's your lover." "But no, I swear," she cried. "There is not that between us. Sometimes he likes a joke. He doesn't even belong here. It's 6 months since he came from the Pas de Calais." Both rose. Work was about to be resumed. When she saw him so cold, she seemed annoyed. Doubtless she found him handsomer than the other. She would have preferred him, perhaps. The idea of some amiable, consoling relationship disturbed her, and when the young man saw with surprise that his lamp was burning blue with a large pale ring, she tried at least to amuse him. "Come, I will show you something," she said in a friendly way. When she had led him to the bottom of the cutting, she pointed out to him a crevice in the coal. A slight bubbling escaped from it, a little noise like the warbling of a bird. "Put your hand there, you'll feel the wind. It's fire damp." He was surprised. Was that all? Was that the terrible thing which blew everything up? She laughed. She said there was a good deal of it today to make the flame of the lamp so blue. Now, if you've done chattering, lazy louts, cried Mahere's rough voice. Catherine and Étienne hastened to fill their trams, and pushed them to the upbrow with stiffened back, crawling beneath the bossy roof of the passage. Even after the second journey, the sweat ran off them and their joints began to crack. The pikemen had resumed work in the cutting. The men often shortened their breakfast to avoid getting cold, and their bricks, eaten in this way, far from the sun, with silent voracity, loaded their stomachs with lead. Stretched on their sides, they hammered more loudly, with the one fixed idea of filling a large number of trams. Every thought disappeared in this rage for gain which was so hard to earn. They no longer felt the water which streamed on them and swelled their limbs, the cramps of forced attitudes, the suffocation of the darkness in which they grew pale, like plants put in a cellar. Yet, as the day advanced, the air became more poisoned and heated with the smoke of the lamps, with the pestilence of their breaths, with the asphyxia of the fire damp, blinding to the eyes like spiders' webs which only the aeration of the night could sweep away. At the bottom of their molehill, beneath the weight of the earth, with no more breath in their inflamed lungs, they went on hammering. Citizens, citizens. At last he obtained a little quiet, and the meeting, when consulted, brought Rassegneur's speech to an end. The delegates who had represented the pits in the interview with the manager led the others, all enraged by starvation and agitated by new ideas. The voting was decided in advance. "You don't care a damn, you don't. You can eat," yelled Levaque, thrusting out his fist at Rasseneur. Étienne leaned over behind the chairman's back to appease Mahaut, who was very red and carried out of himself by this hypocritical discourse. "Citizens," said Pluchart, "allow me to speak." There was deep silence. He spoke. His voice sounded painful and hoarse, but he was used to it on his journeys and took his laryngitis about with him like his program. Gradually his voice expanded, and he produced pathetic effects with it. With open arms and accompanying his periods with a swaying of his shoulders, he had an eloquence which recalled the pulpit, a religious fashion of sinking the ends of his sentences, whose monotonous roll at last carried conviction. His discourse centered on the greatness and the advantages of the International. It was that with which he always started in every new locality. He explained its aim, the emancipation of the workers. He showed its imposing structure. Below the commune, higher the province, still higher the nation, and at the summit humanity. His arms moved slowly, piling up the stages, preparing the immense cathedral of the future world. Then there was the internal administration. He read the statutes, spoke of the congresses, pointed out the growing importance of the work, the enlargement of the program, which, starting from the discussion of wages, was now working towards a social liquidation, to have done with the wage system. No more nationalities. The workers of the whole world would be united by a common need for justice, sweeping away the middle-class corruption, founding, at last, a free society, in which he who did not work should not reap. He roared. His breath startled the flowers of painted paper beneath the low, smoky ceiling, which sent back the sound of his voice. A wave passed through the audience. Some of them cried, "That's it!" "We're with you," he went on. The world would be conquered before 3 years, and he enumerated the nations already conquered. From all sides adhesions were raining in. Never had a young religion counted so many disciples. Then, when they had the upper hand, they would dictate terms to the masters who, in their turn, would have a fist at their throats. "Yes, yes. They'll have to go down." With a gesture, he enforced silence. Now he was entering on the strike question. In principle, he disapproved of strikes. It was a slow method which aggravated the sufferings of the worker. But before better things arrived, and when they were inevitable, one must make up one's mind to them, for they had the advantage of disorganizing capital. and in this case he showed the International as providence for strikers and quoted examples. In Paris, during the strike of the bronze workers, the masters had granted everything at once, terrified at the news that the International was sending help. In London it had saved the miners at a colliery by sending back, at its own expense, a shipload of Belgians who had been brought over by the coal owner. It was sufficient to join, and the companies trembled, for the men entered the great army of workers who were resolved to die for one another rather than to remain the slaves of a capitalistic society. Applause interrupted him. He wiped his forehead with his handkerchief, at the same time refusing a glass which Mahaut passed to him. When he was about to continue, fresh applause cut short his speech. "It's all right," he said rapidly to Étienne. "They've had enough. Quick, the cards!" He had plunged beneath the table and reappeared with the little black wooden box. "Citizens," he shouted, dominating the disturbance, "here are the cards of membership. Let your delegates come up, and I will give them to be distributed. Later on we can arrange everything." Rasseneur rushed forward and again protested. Étienne was also agitated, having to make a speech. Extreme confusion followed. Levaque jumped up with his fists out, as if to fight. Mahaut was up and speaking, but nobody could distinguish a single word. In the growing tumult, the dust rose from the floor, a floating dust of former balls, poisoning the air with a strong odor of putters and trammers. Suddenly the little door opened, and Widow Desire filled it with her belly and breast, shouting in a thundering voice, "For God's sake, silence! The gendarmes!" It was the commissioner of the district, who had arrived rather late to prepare a report and to break up the meeting. 4 gendarmes accompanied him. For 5 minutes the widow had delayed them at the door, replying that she was at home and that she had a perfect right to entertain her friends. But they had hustled her away, and she had rushed in to warn her children. "Must clear out through here," she said again. "There's a dirty gendarme guarding the court. It doesn't matter, my little woodhouse opens into the alley. Quick then." The commissioner was already knocking with his fist, and as the door was not opened, he threatened to force it. A spy must have talked, for he cried that the meeting was illegal, a large number of miners being there without any letter of invitation. In the hall the trouble was growing. They could not escape thus. They had not even voted, either for adhesion or for the continuation of the strike. All persisted in talking at the same time. At last the chairman suggested a vote by acclamation. Arms were raised, and the delegates declared hastily that they would join in the name of their absent mates. And it was thus that the 10,000 colliers of Montsou became members of the International. Meanwhile, the retreat began. In order to cover it, Widow Desire had propped herself up against the door, which the butt ends of the gendarmes' muskets were forcing at her back. The miners jumped over the benches and escaped one by one through the kitchen and the woodyard. Rasseneur disappeared among the first, and Levaque followed him, forgetful of his abuse, and planning how he could get an offer of a glass to pull himself together. Étienne, after having seized the little box, waited with Pluchart and Mahaut, who considered it a point of honor to emerge last. As they disappeared, the lock gave, and the commissioner found himself in the presence of the widow, whose breast and belly still formed a barricade. "It doesn't help you much to smash everything in my house," she said. "You can see there's nobody here." The commissioner, a slow man who did not care for scenes, simply threatened to take her off to prison. And he then went away with his 4 gendarmes to prepare a report, beneath the jeers of Zachary and Moquet, who were full of admiration for the way in which their mates had humbugged this armed force, for which they themselves did not care a hang. In the alley outside, Étienne, embarrassed by the box, was rushing along, followed by the others. He suddenly thought of Pierron and asked why he had not turned up. Mahaut, also running, replied that he was ill, a convenient illness, the fear of compromising himself. They wished to retain Pluchart, but, without stopping, he declared that he must set out at once for Joselle, where Legougeau was awaiting orders. Then, as they ran, they shouted out to him their wishes for a pleasant journey, and rushed through Montsou with their heels in the air. A few words were exchanged, broken by the panting of their chests. Étienne and Maheu were laughing confidently, henceforth certain of victory. When the International had sent help, it would be the company that would beg them to resume work. And in this burst of hope, in this gallop of big boots sounding over the pavement of the streets, there was something else also, something somber and fierce, a gust of violence which would inflame the settlements in the four corners of the country. Chapter 5. Maheu, without looking at his watch which he had left in his jacket, stopped and said, 1 o'clock directly. Zachary, is it done? The young man had just been at the planking. In the midst of his labor he had been lying on his back, with dreamy eyes, thinking over a game of hockey of the night before. He woke up and replied, "Yes, it will do. We shall see tomorrow." And he came back to take his place at the cutting. Levaque and Chaval had also dropped their picks. They were all resting. They wiped their faces on their naked arms and looked at the roof, in which slaty masses were cracking. They only spoke about their work. "Another chance," murmured Chaval, "of getting into loose earth. They didn't take account of that in the bargain." "Rascals," growled Levaque, "they only want to bury us in it." Zachary began to laugh. He cared little for the work and the rest, but it amused him to hear the company abused. In his placid way, Maheu explained that the nature of the soil changed every 20 meters. One must be just. They could not foresee everything. Then, when the two others went on talking against the masters, he became restless and looked around him. "Hush! That's enough." "You're right," said Levaque, also lowering his voice. "It isn't wholesome." A morbid dread of spies haunted them, even at this depth, as if the shareholders' coal, while still in the sea, might have ears. "That won't prevent me," added Chaval loudly in a defiant manner, "from lodging a brick in the belly of that damned dancer if he talks to me as he did the other day. I won't prevent him, I won't, from buying pretty girls with a white skin." This time Zachary burst out laughing. The head captain's love for Piron was a constant joke in the pit. Even Catherine rested on her shovel at the bottom of the cutting, holding her sides, and in a few words told Étienne the joke, while Maheu became angry, seized by a fear which he could not conceal. "Will you hold your tongue, eh? Wait till you're alone if you want to get into trouble." He was still speaking when the sound of steps was heard in the upper gallery. Almost immediately the engineer of the mine, little Négrel, as the workmen called him among themselves, appeared at the top of the cutting, accompanied by Dansaert, the head captain. "Didn't I say so?" muttered Maheu. "There's always someone there, rising out of the ground." Paul Négrel, M. Hennebeau's nephew, was a young man of 26, refined and handsome, with curly hair and brown moustache. His pointed nose and sparkling eyes gave him the air of an amiable ferret of skeptical intelligence, which changed into an abrupt authoritative manner in his relations with the workmen. He was dressed like them, and like them smeared with coal. To make them respect him, he exhibited a daredevil courage, passing through the most difficult spots, and always, "Here we are we not, Dansaert?" he asked.
"Do!"
The head captain, a coarse-faced Belgian with a large, sensual nose, replied with exaggerated politeness, "Yes, Monsieur Négrel, here is the man who was taken on this morning." Both of them had slid down into the middle of the cutting. They made Étienne come up. The engineer raised his lamp and looked at him without asking any questions. "Good," he said at last. "But I don't like unknown men to be picked up from the road. Don't do it again." He did not listen to the explanations given to him, the necessities of work, the desire to replace women by men for the haulage. He had begun to examine the roof, while the pikemen had taken up their picks again. Suddenly he called out, I say there, Maho, have you no care for life? By heavens, you will all be buried here. Oh, it's solid, replied the workman tranquilly. What? Solid? But the rock is giving already, and you are planting props at more than 2 meters, as if you grudged it. Ah, you are all alike. You will let your skull be flattened rather than leave the seam to give the necessary time to the timbering. I must ask you to prop that immediately. Double the timbering. Do you understand? And in face of the unwillingness of the miners who disputed the point, saying that they were good judges of their safety, he became angry. Go along. When your heads are smashed, is it you who will have to bear the consequences? Not at all. It will be the company which will have to pay you pensions, you or your wives. I tell you again that we know you. In order to get 2 extra trams by evening, you would sell your skins. Maho, in spite of the anger which was gradually mastering him, still answered steadily, If they paid us enough, we should prop it better. The engineer shrugged his shoulders without replying. He had descended the cutting, and only said in conclusion from below, You have an hour. Set to work, all of you, and I give you notice that the stall is fined 3 francs. A low growl from the pikemen greeted these words. The force of the system alone restrained them, that military system which, from the trammer to the head captain, ground one beneath the other. Cheval and Levaque, however, made a furious gesture, while Maho restrained them by a glance, and Zachary shrugged his shoulders chaffingly. But Étienne was perhaps most affected. Since he had found himself at the bottom of this hell, a slow rebellion was rising within him. He looked at the resigned Catherine with her lowered back. Was it possible to kill oneself at this hard toil, in this deadly darkness, and not even to gain the few pence to buy one's daily bread? However, Négrel went off with Dansaert, who was content to approve by a continual movement of his head. And their voices again rose. They had just stopped once more, and were examining the timbering in the gallery, which the pikemen were obliged to look after for a length of 10 meters behind the cutting. "Didn't I tell you that they care nothing?" cried the engineer. "And you? Why in the devil's name don't you watch them?" "But I do, stammered the head captain. "One gets tired of repeating things." Négrel called loudly, "Maho! Maho!" They all came down. He went on, "Do you see that? Will that hold? It's a 2-penny halfpenny construction. Here is a beam which the posts don't carry already. It was done so hastily. By Jove, I understand how it is that the mending costs us so much. It'll do, won't it, if it lasts as long as you have the care of it, and then it may go smash, and the company is obliged to have an army of repairers. Look at it down there, it is mere botching." Cheval wished to speak, but he silenced him. "No, I know what you are going to say. Let them pay you more, eh? Very well. I warn you that you will force the managers to do something. They will pay you the planking separately and proportionately reduce the price of the trams. We shall see if you will gain that way. Meanwhile, prop that over again at once. I shall pass tomorrow." Amid the dismay caused by this threat, he went away. Dansaert, who had been so humble, remained behind a few moments to say brutally to the men, "You get me into a row, you hear? I'll give you something more than 3 francs. Fine, I will. Look out." Then, when he had gone, Maho broke out in his turn, "By God, what's fair is fair." I like people to be calm, because that's the only way of getting along, but at last they make you mad. Did you hear? The tram lowered and the planking separately, another way of paying us less. "By God, it is!" He looked for someone upon whom to vent his anger, and saw Catherine and Étienne swinging their arms. "Will you just fetch me some wood? What does it matter to you? I'll put my foot into you somewhere." Étienne went to carry it without rancor for this rough speech, so furious himself against the masters that he thought the miners too good-natured. As for the others, Levaque and Cheval had found relief in strong language. All of them, even Zachary, were timbering furiously. For nearly half an hour one only heard the creaking of wood wedged in by blows of the hammer. They no longer spoke. They snorted, became enraged with the rock, which they would have hustled and driven back by the force of their shoulders if they had been able. "That's enough," said Mahal at last, worn out with anger and fatigue. "An hour and a half, a fine day's work. We shan't get 50 sous. I'm off. This disgusts me." Though there was still half an hour of work left, he dressed himself. The others imitated him. The mere sight of the cutting enraged them. As the putter had gone back to the haulage they called her, irritated at her zeal, let the coal take care of itself. And the six, their tools under their arms, set out to walk the 2 kilometers back, returning to the shaft by the road of the morning. At the chimney, Catherine and Étienne were delayed while the pikemen slid down. They met little Lydie, who stopped in a gallery to let them pass, and told them of the disappearance of Moquette, whose nose had been bleeding so much that she had been away an hour, bathing her face somewhere, no one knew where. Then, when they left her, the child began again to push her tram, weary and muddy, stiffening her insect-like arms and legs like a lean black ant struggling with a load that was too heavy for it. They let themselves down on their backs, flattening their shoulders for fear of scratching the skin on their foreheads, and they walked so close to the polished rock at the back of the stalls that they were obliged from time to time to hold on to the woodwork, so that their backsides should not catch fire, as they said jokingly. Below, they found themselves alone. Red stars disappeared afar at a bend in the passage. Their cheerfulness fell. They began to walk with the heavy step of fatigue, she in front, he behind. Their lamps were blackened. He could scarcely see her, drowned in a sort of smoky mist, and the idea that she was a girl disturbed him because he felt that it was stupid not to embrace her, and yet the recollection of the other man prevented him. Certainly she had lied to him. The other was her lover. They lay together on all those heaps of slaty coal, for she had a loose woman's gait. He sulked without reason, as if she had deceived him. She, however, every moment turned round, warned him of obstacles, and seemed to invite him to be affectionate. They were so lost here, it would have been so easy to laugh together like good friends. At last they entered the large haulage gallery. It was a relief to the indecision from which he was suffering, while she once more had a saddened look, the regret for a happiness which they would not find again. Now the subterranean life rumbled around them with a continual passing of captains, the come and go of the trams drawn by trotting horses. Lamps starred the night everywhere. They had to efface themselves against the rock to leave the path free to shadowy men and beasts, whose breath came against their faces. Jeanlin, running barefooted behind his tram, cried out some naughtiness to them which they could not hear amid the thunder of the wheels. They still went on, she now silent, he not recognizing the turnings and roads of the morning, and fancying that she was leading him deeper and deeper into the earth, and what specially troubled him was the cold, an increasing cold which he had felt on emerging from the cutting, and which caused him to shiver the more the nearer they approached the shaft. Between the narrow walls the column of air now blew like a tempest. He despaired of ever coming to the end, when suddenly they found themselves in the pit-eye hall. Chabot cast a sidelong glance at them, his mouth drawn with suspicion. The others were there, covered with sweat in the icy current, silent like himself, swallowing their grunts of rage. They had arrived too soon and could not be taken to the top for half an hour, more especially since some complicated maneuvers were going on for lowering the horse. The porters were still rolling the trams with the deafening sound of old iron in movement, and the cages were flying up, disappearing in the rain which fell from the black hole. Below, the sump, a cesspool 10 meters deep filled with this streaming water, also exhaled its muddy moisture. Men were constantly moving around the shaft, pulling the signal cords, pressing on the arms of levers, in the midst of this spray in which their garments were soaked. The reddish light of 3 open lamps cut out great moving shadows and gave to this subterranean hall the air of a villainous cavern, some bandit's forge near a torrent. Maho made one last effort. He approached Pierron, who had gone on duty at 6 o'clock. "Here, you might as well let us go up." But the porter, a handsome fellow with strong limbs and a gentle face, refused with a frightened gesture. "Impossible," asked the captain. "They would fine me." Fresh growls were stifled. Catherine bent forward and said in Étienne's ear, "Come and see the stable, then. That's a comfortable place." And they had to escape without being seen, for it was forbidden to go there. It was on the left at the end of a short gallery. 25 meters in length and nearly 4 high, cut in the rock and vaulted with bricks, it could contain 20 horses. It was, in fact, comfortable there. There was a pleasant warmth of living beasts, the good odor of fresh and well-kept litter. The only lamp threw out the calm rays of a night-light. There were horses there at rest who turned their heads with their large infantine eyes, then went back to their hay without haste like fat, well-kept workers, loved by everybody. But as Catherine was reading aloud their names, written on zinc plates over the mangers, she uttered a slight cry, seeing something suddenly rise before her. It was Mouquette, who emerged in fright from a pile of straw in which she was sleeping. On Monday, when she was overtired with her Sunday's spree, she gave herself a violent blow on the nose and left her cutting under the pretense of seeking water to bury herself here with the horses in the warm litter. Her father, being weak with her, allowed it, at the risk of getting into trouble. Just then Moquet the father entered, a short, bald, worn-out-looking man, but still stout, which is rare in an old miner of 50. Since he had been made a groom, he chewed to such a degree that his gums bled in his black mouth. On seeing the two with his daughter, he became angry. "What are you up to there, all of you? Come, up!" "The jades, bringing a man here. It's a fine thing to come and do your dirty tricks in my straw." Mouquette thought it funny and held her sides. But Étienne, feeling awkward, moved away while Catherine smiled at him. As all 3 returned to the pit-eye, Bébert and Jeanlin arrived there also with a train of tubs. There was a stoppage for the maneuvering of the cages, and the young girl approached their horse, caressed it with her hand, and talked about it to her companion. It was Bataille, the doyen of the mine, a white horse who had lived below for 10 years. These 10 years he had lived in this hole, occupying the same corner of the stable, doing the same task along the black galleries without ever seeing daylight. Very fat, with shining coat and a good-natured air, he seemed to lead the existence of a sage, sheltered from the evils of the world above. In this darkness, too, he had become very cunning. The passage in which he worked had grown so familiar to him that he could open the ventilation doors with his head, and he lowered himself to avoid knocks at the narrow spots. Without doubt, also, he counted his turns, for when he had made the regulation number of journeys he refused to do any more, and had to be led back to his manger. Now that old age was coming on, his cat's eyes were sometimes dimmed with melancholy. Perhaps he vaguely saw again, in the depths of his obscure dreams, the mill at which he was born near Marchiennes, a mill placed on the edge of the scarp, surrounded by large fields over which the wind always blew. Something burnt in the air. An enormous lamp, the exact appearance of which escaped his beast's memory, and he stood with lowered head, trembling on his old feet, making useless efforts to recall the sun. Meanwhile, the maneuvers went on in the shaft. The signal hammer had struck 4 blows, and the horse was being lowered. There was always excitement at such a time, for it sometimes happened that the beast was seized by such terror that it was landed dead. When put into a net at the top, it struggled fiercely. Then, when it felt the ground no longer beneath it, it remained as if petrified and disappeared without a quiver of the skin, with enlarged and fixed eyes. This animal being too big to pass between the guides, it had been necessary, when hooking it beneath the cage, to pull down the head and attach it to the flanks. The descent lasted nearly 3 minutes, the engine being slowed as a precaution. Below, the excitement was increasing. What then? Was he going to be left on the road, hanging in the blackness? At last he appeared in his stony immobility, his eye fixed and dilated with terror. It was a bay horse hardly 3 years of age, called Trompette. "Attention!" cried Father Mouquet, whose duty it was to receive it. "Bring him here, don't undo him yet." Trompette was soon placed on the metal floor in a mass. Still he did not move. He seemed in a nightmare in this obscure, infinite hole, this deep hall echoing with tumult. They were beginning to unfasten him when Bataille, who had just been unharnessed, approached and stretched out his neck to smell this companion who lay on the earth. The workman jokingly enlarged the circle. Well, what pleasant odor did he find in him? But Bataille, deaf to mockery, became animated. He probably found in him the good odor of the open air, the forgotten odor of the sun on the grass. And he suddenly broke out into a sonorous neigh, full of musical gladness, in which there seemed to be the emotion of a sob. It was a greeting, the joy of those ancient things of which a gust had reached him, the melancholy of one more prisoner who would not ascend again until death. "Ah, that animal, Bataille!" shouted the workmen, amused at the antics of their favorite. "He's talking with his mate." Trompette was unbound, but still did not move. He remained on his flank, as if he still felt the net restraining him, garroted by fear. At last they got him up with a lash of the whip, dazed and his limbs quivering, and Father Mouquet led away the two beasts, fraternizing together.
"Here, is it ready yet?"
asked Maho. It was necessary to clear the cages, and besides, it was yet 10 minutes before the hour for ascending. Little by little the stalls emptied, and the miners returned from all the galleries. There were already some 50 men there, damp and shivering, their inflamed chests panting on every side. Pierron, in spite of his mawkish face, struck his daughter Lydie because she had left the cutting before time. Zachary slyly pinched Mouquet with a joke about warming himself. But the discontent increased. Cheval and Levaque narrated the engineer's threat, the tram to be lowered in price, and the planking paid separately. And exclamations greeted this scheme. A rebellion was germinating in this little corner, nearly 600 meters beneath the earth. Soon they could not restrain their voices. These men, soiled by coal and frozen by the delay, accused the company of killing half their workers at the bottom and starving the other half to death. Étienne listened, trembling. "Quick, quick!" repeated the captain, Richomme to the porters. He hastened the preparations for the ascent, not wishing to be heard, pretending not to hear. However, the murmurs became so loud that he was obliged to notice them. They were calling out behind him that this would not last always, and that one fine day the whole affair would be smashed up. "You're sensible," he said to Mahaut. "Make them hold their tongues. When one hasn't got power, one must have sense." But Mahaut, who was getting calm, and had at last become anxious, did not interfere. Suddenly the voices fell. Négrel and Dansaert, returning from their inspection, entered from a gallery, both of them sweating. The habit of discipline made the men stand in rows while the engineer passed through the group without a word. He got into one tram, and the head captain into another. The signal was sounded 5 times, ringing for the butcher's meat, as they said for the masters, and the cage flew up in the air in the midst of a gloomy silence. "Oh no," she murmured. "Please let me go." The fear of the male had taken hold of her, that fear which stiffens the muscles in an impulse of defense, even when girls are willing and feel the conquering approach of man. Her virginity, which had nothing to learn, took fright as at a threatening blow, a wound of which she feared the unknown pain.
No, I don't want to.
I tell you that I am too young. It's true. Another time, when I am quite grown up, he growled in a low voice. Stupid! There's nothing to fear. What does that matter? But without speaking more, he had seized her firmly and pushed her beneath the shed. And she fell on her back on the old ropes. She ceased to protest, yielding to the male before her time with that hereditary submission which from childhood had thrown down in the open air all the girls of her race. Her frightened stammering grew faint, and only the ardent breath of the man was heard. Étienne, however, had listened without moving, another who was taking the leap. And now that he had seen the comedy, he got up, overcome by uneasiness, by a kind of jealous excitement in which there was a touch of anger. He no longer restrained himself. He stepped over the beams, for those two were too much occupied now to be disturbed. He was surprised, therefore, when he had gone 100 paces along the path, to find that they were already standing up, and that they appeared, like himself, to be returning to the settlement. The man again had his arm round the girl's waist and was squeezing her with an air of gratitude, still speaking in her neck, and it was she who seemed in a hurry, anxious to return quickly, and annoyed at the delay. Then Étienne was tormented by the desire to see their faces. It was foolish, and he hastened his steps so as not to yield to it, but his feet slackened of their own accord, and at the first lamp-post he concealed himself in the shade. He was petrified by horror when he recognized Catherine and lanky Cheval. He hesitated at first. Was it indeed she, that young girl in the coarse blue dress, with that bonnet? Was that the urchin whom he had seen in breeches, with her head in the canvas cap? That was why she could pass so near him without his recognizing her. But he no longer doubted. He had seen her eyes again, with their greenish limpidity of spring water, so clear and so deep. What a wench! And he experienced a furious desire to avenge himself on her with contempt, without any motive. Besides, he did not like her as a girl. She was frightful. Catherine and Cheval had passed him slowly. They did not know that they were watched. He held her to kiss her behind the ear, and she began to slacken her steps beneath his caresses, which made her laugh. Left behind, Étienne was obliged to follow them, irritated because they barred the road, and because in spite of himself he had to witness these things which exasperated him. It was true, then, what she had sworn to him in the morning. She was not anyone's mistress, and he, who had not believed her, who had deprived himself of her in order not to act like the other, and who had let her be taken beneath his nose, pushing his stupidity so far as to be dirtily amused at seeing them. It made him mad. He clenched his hands. He could have devoured that man in one of those impulses to kill in which he saw everything red. The walk lasted for half an hour. When Cheval and Catherine approached the Vore, they slackened their pace still more. They stopped twice beside the canal, 3 times along the pit bank, very cheerful now and occupied with little tender games. Étienne was obliged to stop also when they stopped, for fear of being perceived. He endeavored to feel nothing but a brutal regret that would teach him to treat girls with consideration through being well brought up. Then, after passing the Voro, and at last free to go and dine at Rasseneur's, he continued to follow them, accompanying them to the settlement, where he remained standing in the shade for a quarter of an hour, waiting until Cheval left Catherine to enter her home. And when he was quite sure that they were no longer together, he set off walking afresh, going very far along the Marchienne road, stamping and thinking of nothing, too stifled and too sad to shut himself up in a room. It was not until an hour later, towards 9 o'clock, that Étienne again passed the settlement, saying to himself that he must eat and sleep if he was to be up again at 4 o'clock in the morning. The village was already asleep, and looked quite black in the night. Not a gleam shone from the closed shutters. The house fronts slept with the heavy sleep of snoring barracks. Only a cat escaped through the empty gardens. It was the end of the day, the collapse of workers falling from the table to the bed, overcome with weariness and food. At Rasseneur's, in the lighted room, an engine man and 2 day workers were drinking. But before going in, Étienne stopped to throw one last glance into the darkness. He saw again the same black immensity as in the morning when he had arrived in the wind. Before him the Voro was crouching, with its air of an evil beast, its dimness pricked with a few lantern lights. The 3 braziers of the bank were burning in the air like bloody moons, now and then showing the vast silhouettes of Father Bonnemort and his yellow horse. And beyond, in the flat plain, shade had submerged everything: Monceau, Marchiennes, the forest of Vendôme, the immense sea of beetroot and of wheat, in which there only shone like distant lighthouses the blue fires of the blast furnaces and the red fires of the coke ovens. Gradually the night came on. The rain was now falling slowly, continuously, burying this void in its monotonous streaming. Only one voice was still heard, the thick, slow respiration of the pumping engine, breathing both by day and by night. Mechanically, M. Hennebeau, who wished to look out, went up to Paul's room on the 2nd floor. It was on the left, the best situated, for it commanded the road as far as the company's yards. And he stood behind the blinds overlooking the crowd. But this room had again overcome him, the toilet table sponged and in order, the cold bed with neat and well-drawn sheets. All his rage of the afternoon, that furious battle in the depths of his silent solitude, had now turned to an immense fatigue. His whole being was now like this room, grown cold, swept of the filth of the morning, returned to its habitual correctness. What was the good of a scandal? Had anything really changed in his house? His wife had simply taken another lover. That she had chosen him in the family scarcely aggravated the fact, perhaps. Even it was an advantage, for she thus preserved appearances. He pitied himself when he thought of his mad jealousy. How ridiculous to have struck that bed with his fists. Since he had tolerated another man, he could certainly tolerate this one. It was only a matter of a little more contempt. A terrible bitterness was poisoning his mouth, the uselessness of everything, the eternal pain of existence, shame for himself who always adored and desired this woman in the dirt in which he had abandoned her. Beneath the window the yells broke out with increased violence. "Bread! Bread! Bread!" "Idiots!" said M. Hennebeau between his clenched teeth. He heard them abusing him for his large salary, calling him a bloated idler, a bloody beast who stuffed himself to indigestion with good things, while the worker was dying of hunger. The women had noticed the kitchen, and there was a tempest of imprecations against the pheasant roasting there, against the sauces that with fat odors irritated their empty stomachs. "Ah! The stinking bourgeois, they should be stuffed with champagne and truffles till their guts burst. Bread, bread, bread!" "Idiots," repeated Miss Hennebeau. "Am I happy?" Anger arose in him against these people who could not understand. He would willingly have made them a present of his large salary to possess their hard skin and their facility of coupling without regret. Why could he not seat them at his table and stuff them with his pheasant, while he went to fornicate behind the hedges, to tumble the girls over, making fun of those who had tumbled them over before him? He would have given everything, his education, his comfort, his luxury, his power as manager, if he could be for one day the vilest of the wretches who obeyed him, free of his flesh, enough of a blackguard to beat his wife and to take his pleasure with his neighbors' wives. And he longed also to be dying of hunger, to have an empty belly, a stomach twisted by cramps that would make his head turn with giddiness. Perhaps that would have killed the eternal pain. Ah! To live like a brute, to possess nothing, to scour the fields with the ugliest and dirtiest putter, and to be able to be happy. Bread, bread, bread! Then he grew angry and shouted furiously in the tumult, "Bread! Is that enough, idiots?" He could eat, and all the same he was groaning with torment. His desolate household, his whole wounded life, choked him at the throat like a death agony. Things were not all for the best because one had bread. Who was the fool who placed earthly happiness in the partition of wealth? These revolutionary dreamers might demolish society and rebuild another society. They would not add one joy to humanity. They would not take away one pain by cutting bread and butter for everybody. They would even enlarge the unhappiness of the earth. They would one day make the very dogs howl with despair when they had taken them out of the tranquil satisfaction of instinct to raise them to the unappeasable suffering of passion. No, the one good thing was not to exist, and if one existed, to be a tree, a stone, less still a grain of sand which cannot bleed beneath the heels of the passer-by. And in this exasperation of his torment, tears swelled in M. Hennebeau's eyes and broke in burning drops on his cheeks. The twilight was drowning the road when stones began to riddle the front of the villa. With no anger now against these starving people, only enraged by the burning wound at his heart, he continued to stammer in the midst of his tears, "Idiots! Idiots!" But the cry of the belly dominated, and a roar blew like a tempest, sweeping everything before it. "Bread! Bread! Bread!" And the third time Étienne had to leave it. Some current always brought it back. Chaval would not go. He desired to be with them, against them. It was an awful companion, at last poisoning the air. All that day they never drank, struggling, preferring to die. It was not until the next day that their suffering decided them. They pushed away the body at each mouthful and drank in spite of it. It had not been worth while to knock his brains out, for he came back between him and her, obstinate in his jealousy. To the very end he would be there, even though he was dead, preventing them from coming together. A day passed, and again another day. At every shiver of the water, Étienne perceived a slight blow from the man he had killed, the simple elbowing of a neighbor who was reminding you of his presence. And every time it came, he shuddered. He continually saw it there, swollen, greenish, with the red moustache and the crushed face. Then he no longer remembered. He had not killed him. The other man was swimming and trying to bite him. Catherine was now shaken by long, endless fits of crying, after which she was completely prostrated. She fell at last into a condition of irresistible drowsiness. He would arouse her, but she stammered a few words and at once fell asleep again without even raising her eyelids, and fearing lest she should be drowned, he put his arm round her waist. It was he now who replied to the mates. The blows of the pick were now approaching. He could hear them behind his back. But his strength, too, was diminishing. He had lost all courage to strike. They were known to be there. Why weary oneself more? It no longer interested him whether they came or not. In the stupefaction of waiting, he would forget for hours at a time what he was waiting for. One relief comforted them a little. The water sank, and Chaval's body moved off. For 9 days the work of their deliverance had been going on, and they were for the first time taking a few steps in the gallery when a fearful commotion threw them to the ground. They felt for each other and remained in each other's arms like mad people, not understanding, thinking the catastrophe was beginning over again. Nothing more stirred. The sound of the picks had ceased. In the corner where they were seated holding each other side by side, a low laugh came from Catherine. "It must be good outside. Come, let's go out of here." Étienne at first struggled against this madness, but the contagion was shaking his stronger head, and he lost the exact sensation of reality. All their senses seemed to go astray, especially Catherine's. She was shaken by fever, tormented now by the need to talk and move. The ringing in her ears had become the murmur of flowing water, the song of birds. She smelled the strong odor of crushed grass, and could see clearly great yellow patches floating before her eyes, so large that she thought she was out of doors, near the canal, in the meadows on a fine summer day. "Eh? How warm it is! Take me then. Let us keep together. Oh, always, always." He pressed her, and she rubbed herself against him for a long time, continuing to chatter like a happy girl. "How silly we have been to wait so long. I would have liked you at once, and you did not understand. You sulked. Then, do you remember, at our house at night, when we could not sleep, with our faces out listening to each other's breathing, with such a longing to come together?" He was won by her gaiety, and joked over the recollection of their silent tenderness. "You struck me once."
Yes, yes, blows on both cheeks.
"It was because I loved you," she murmured. "You see, I prevented myself from thinking of you. I said to myself that it was quite done with, and all the time I knew that one day or another we should get together. It only wanted an opportunity, some lucky chance. Wasn't it so?" A shudder froze him. He tried to shake off this dream. Then he repeated slowly, "Nothing is ever done with. A little happiness is enough to make everything begin again." "Then you'll keep me, and it will be all right this time?" And she slipped down fainting. She was so weak that her low voice died out. In terror, he kept her against his heart. "Are you in pain?" She sat up surprised. "No, not at all. Why?" But this question aroused her from her dream. She gazed at the darkness with distraction, wringing her hands in another fit of sobbing. My God, how black it is!" It was no longer the meadows, the odor of the grass, the song of larks, the great yellow sun. It was the fallen, inundated mine, the stinking gloom, the melancholy dripping of this cellar where they had been groaning for so many days. Her perverted senses now increased the horror of it. Her childish superstitions came back to her. She saw the black man, the old dead miner who returns to the pit to twist naughty girls' necks. "Listen, did you hear?" "No, nothing. I heard nothing." "Yes, the man, you know. Look, he is there. The earth has let all the blood out of the vein to revenge itself for being cut into, and he is there. You can see him. Look, blacker than night." "Oh, I'm so afraid, I'm so afraid." She became silent, shivering. Then in a very low voice she whispered, "No, it's always the other one." "What other one?" "Him who is with us, who is not alive." The image of Cheval haunted her. She talked of him confusedly. She described the dog's life she led with him, the only day when he had been kind to her at Jean Bart, the other days of follies and blows, when he would kill her with caresses after having covered her with kicks. "I tell you that he's coming, that he will still keep us from being together. His jealousy is coming on him again. Oh, push him off. Oh, keep me close." With a sudden impulse, she hung on to him, seeking his mouth and pressing her own passionately to it. The darkness lighted up. She saw the sun again, and she laughed a quiet laugh of love. He shuddered to feel her thus against his flesh, half naked beneath the tattered jacket and trousers, and he seized her with a reawakening of his virility. It was at length their wedding night, at the bottom of this tomb, on this bed of mud, the longing not to die before they had had their happiness, the obstinate longing to live and make life one last time. They loved each other in despair of everything, in death. After that there was nothing more. Étienne was seated on the ground, always in the same corner, and Catherine was lying motionless on his knees. Hours and hours passed by. For a long time he thought she was sleeping. Then he touched her. She was very cold. She was dead. He did not move, however, for fear of arousing her. The idea that he was filled him with tenderness. Other ideas, the desire to go away with her, joy at what they would both do later on, came to him at moments, but so vaguely that it seemed only as though his forehead had been touched by a breath of sleep. He grew weaker. He only had strength to make a little gesture, a slow movement of the hand, to assure himself that she was certainly there, like a sleeping child in her frozen stiffness. Everything was being annihilated. The night itself had disappeared, and he was nowhere, out of space, out of time. Something was certainly striking beside his head. Violent blows were approaching him, but he had been too lazy to reply, benumbed by immense fatigue. And now he knew nothing. He only dreamed that she was walking before him, and that he heard the slight clank of her sabots. 2 days passed. She had not stirred. He touched her with his mechanical gesture, reassured to find her so quiet. Étienne felt a shock. Voices were sounding, rocks were rolling to his feet. When he perceived a lamp, he wept. His blinking eyes followed the light. He was never tired of looking at it, enraptured by this reddish point which scarcely stained the darkness. But some mates carried him away, and he allowed them to introduce some spoonfuls of soup between his clenched teeth. It was only in the Requilark gallery that he recognized someone standing before him, the engineer, Négrel, and these 2 men with their contempt for each other, the rebellious workman and the skeptical master, threw themselves on each other's necks, sobbing loudly in the deep upheaval of all the humanity within them. It was an immense sadness, the misery of generations, the extremity of grief into which life can fall. At the surface, Mahude, stricken down near dead Catherine, uttered a cry, then another, very long, deep, incessant moans. Several corpses had already been brought up and placed in a row on the ground. Cheval, who was thought to have been crushed beneath a landslip, a trammer, and 2 hewers, also crushed, with brainless skulls and bellies swollen with water. Women in the crowd went out of their minds, tearing their skirts and scratching their faces. When Étienne was at last taken out after having been accustomed to the lamps and fed a little, he appeared fleshless and his hair was quite white. People turned away and shuddered at this old man. Mahude left off crying to stare at him stupidly with her large, fixed eyes. Chapter 6. As he ascended in the cage heaped up with 4 others, Étienne resolved to continue his famished course along the roads. One might as well die at once as go down to the bottom of that hell, where it was not even possible to earn one's bread. Catherine, in the tram above him, was no longer at his side with her pleasant, enervating warmth, and he preferred to avoid foolish thoughts and to go away, for with his wider education he felt nothing of the resignation of this flock. He would end by strangling one of the masters. Suddenly he was blinded. The ascent had been so rapid that he was stunned by the daylight, and his eyelids quivered in the brightness to which he had already grown unaccustomed. It was none the less a relief to him to feel the cage settle onto the bars. A lander opened the door, and a flood of workmen leapt out of the trams. "I say, Moquet," whispered Zachary in the lander's ear, "are we off to the Vulcan tonight?" The Vulcan was a café concert at Monceau. Moquet winked his left eye with a silent laugh which made his jaws gape. Short and stout like his father, he had the impudent face of a fellow who devours everything without care for the morrow. Just then Moquette came out in her turn, and he gave her a formidable smack on the flank by way of fraternal tenderness. Étienne hardly recognized the lofty nave of the receiving hall, which had before looked imposing in the ambiguous light of the lanterns. It was simply bare and dirty. A dull light entered through the dusty windows. The engine alone shone at the end with its copper. The well-greased steel cables moved like ribbons soaked in ink, and the pulleys above, the enormous scaffold which supported them, the cages, the trams, all this prodigality of metal made the hall look somber with their hard gray tones of old iron. Without ceasing, the rumbling of the wheels shook the metal floor, while from the coal thus put in motion there arose a fine charcoal powder which powdered black the soil, the walls, even the joists of the steeple. But Cheval, after glancing at the table of counters in the receiver's little glass office, came back furious. He had discovered that 2 of their trams had been rejected, one because it did not contain the regulation amount, the other because the coal was not clean. "This finishes the day," he cried. 20 sous less again. This is because we take on lazy rascals who use their arms as a pig does his tail." And his sidelong look at Étienne completed his thought. The latter was tempted to reply by a blow. Then he asked himself what would be the use, since he was going away. This decided him absolutely. "It's not possible to do it right the first day," said Mahu. "To restore peace, he'll do better tomorrow." They were all, nonetheless, soured and disturbed by the need to quarrel. As they passed to the lamp cabin to give up their lamps, Levart began to abuse the lamp man, whom he accused of not properly cleaning his lamp. They only slackened down a little in the shed where the fire was still burning. It had even been too heavily piled up, for the stove was red, and the vast room without a window seemed to be in flames, to such a degree did the reflection make bloody the walls. And there were grunts of joy. All the backs were roasted at a distance till they smoked like soup. When their flanks were burning, they cooked their bellies. Moquette had tranquilly let down her breeches to dry her chemise. Some lads were making fun of her. They burst out laughing because she suddenly showed them her posterior, a gesture which in her was the extreme expression of contempt. "I'm off," said Cheval, who had shut up his tools in his box. No one moved. Only Moquette hastened and went out behind him on the pretext that they were both going back to Monceau. But the others went on joking. They knew that he would have no more to do with her. Catherine, however, who seemed preoccupied, was speaking in a low voice to her father. The latter was surprised. Then he agreed with a nod, and calling Étienne to give him back his bundle. "Listen," he said, "you haven't a sou. You will have time to starve before the fortnight's out. Shall I try and get you credit somewhere?" The young man stood for a moment confused. He had been just about to claim his 30 sous and go, but shame restrained him before the young girl. She looked at him fixedly. Perhaps she would think he was shirking the work. "You know I can promise you nothing," Mahu went on. "They can but refuse us." Then Étienne consented. They would refuse. Besides, it would bind him to nothing. He could still go away after having eaten something. Then he was dissatisfied at not having refused, seeing Catherine's joy, a pretty laugh, a look of friendship, happy at having been useful to him. What was the good of it all? When they had put on their sabots and shut their boxes, the Mahehus left the shed, following their comrades, who were leaving one by one after they had warmed themselves. Étienne went behind. Levaque and his urchin joined the band, but as they crossed the screening place, a scene of violence stopped them. It was in a vast shed with beams blackened by the powder and large shutters through which blew a constant current of air. The coal trams arrived straight from the receiving room and were then overturned by the tipping cradles onto hoppers, long iron slides, and to right and to left of these, the screeners, mounted on steps and armed with shovels and rakes, separated the stone and swept together the clean coal, which afterwards fell through funnels into the railway wagons beneath the shed. Philomène Levaque was there, thin and pale, with the sheep-like face of a girl who spat blood. With head protected by a fragment of blue wool, and hands and arms black to the elbows, she was screening beneath an old witch, the mother of Pierron, the Brûlé as she was called, with terrible owl's eyes, and a mouth drawn in like a miser's purse. They were abusing each other, the young one accusing the elder of raking her stones so that she could not get a basketful in 10 minutes. They were paid by the basket, and these quarrels were constantly arising. Hair was flying, and hands were making black marks on red faces. "Give it her bloody well," cried Zachary from above to his mistress. All the screeners laughed, but the Brûlé turned snappishly on the young man. "Now then, dirty beast, you'd better to own the 2 kids you have filled her with. Fancy that, a slip of 18 who can't stand straight." Maho had to prevent his son from descending to see, as he said, the color of this carcass's skin. A foreman came up, and the rakes again began to move the coal. One could only see, all along the hoppers, the round backs of women squabbling incessantly over the stones. Outside, the wind had suddenly quieted. A moist cold was falling from a gray sky. The colliers thrust out their shoulders, folded their arms, and set forth irregularly, with a rolling gait which made their large bones stand out beneath their thin garments. In the daylight, they looked like a band of Negroes thrown into the mud. Some of them had not finished their bricks, and the remains of the bread carried between the shirt and the jacket made them humpbacked. "Hallo, there's Bouteloup," said Zachary, grinning. Levaque, without stopping, exchanged 2 sentences with his lodger, a big dark fellow of 35, with a placid, honest air. "Is the soup ready, Louis?" "I believe it is." "Then the wife is good-humored today." "Yes, I believe she is." Other miners bound for the earth-cutting came up, new bands which one by one were engulfed in the pit. It was the 3 o'clock descent, more men for the pit to devour, the gangs who would replace the sets of the pikemen at the bottom of the passages. The mine never rested. Day and night, human insects were digging out the rock 600 meters below the beetroot fields. However, the youngsters went ahead. Jeanlin confided to Bébert a complicated plan for getting 4 sous worth of tobacco on credit, while Liddy followed respectfully at a distance. Catherine came with Zachary and Étienne. None of them spoke, and it was only in front of the Avantage Inn that Mahail and Levaque rejoined them. "Here we are," said the former to Étienne. "Will you come in?" They separated. Catherine had stood a moment motionless, gazing once more at the young man with her large eyes full of greenish limpidity like spring water, the crystal deepened the more by her black face. She smiled and disappeared with the others on the road that led up to the settlement. The inn was situated between the village and the mine, at the crossing of 2 roads. It was a 2-storied brick house, whitewashed from top to bottom, enlivened around the windows by a broad, pale blue border. On a square signboard nailed above the door, one read in yellow letters, "A L'Avantage, licensed to Rasseneur." Behind stretched a skittle ground enclosed by a hedge. The company, who had done everything to buy up the property placed within its vast territory, was in despair over this inn in the open fields, at the very entrance of the Voreux. "Go in," said Mahaut to Étienne. The little parlor was quite bare, with its white walls, its 3 tables and its 12 chairs, its deal counter about the size of a kitchen dresser. There were 12 glasses at most, 3 bottles of liqueur, a decanter, a small zinc tank with a pewter tap to hold the beer, and nothing else. Not a figure, not a little table, not a game. In the metal fireplace, which was bright and polished, a coal fire was burning quietly. On the flags, a thin layer of white sand drank up the constant moisture of this water-soaked land.
"A glass,"
ordered Mahailou of a big, fair girl, a neighbor's daughter who sometimes took charge of the place.
"Is Rasseneur in?"
The girl turned the tap, replying that the master would soon return. In a long, slow gulp, the miner emptied half his glass to sweep away the dust which filled his throat. He offered nothing to his companion. One other customer, a damp and besmeared miner, was seated before the table, drinking his beer in silence, with an air of deep meditation, without uttering a word. But a stout man of 38, with a round, shaven face and a good-natured smile, now appeared. It was Rasseneur, a former pikeman whom the company had dismissed 3 years ago after a strike. A very good workman, he could speak well, put himself at the head of every opposition, and had at last become the chief of the discontented. His wife already held a license, like many miners' wives, and when he was thrown onto the street he became an innkeeper himself. Having found the money, he placed his inn in front of the Voreux as a provocation to the company. Now his house had prospered, it had become a center, and he was enriched by the animosity he had gradually fostered in the hearts of his old comrades. "This is a lad I hired this morning," said Mahaut at once. "Have you got one of your 2 rooms free, and will you give him credit for a fortnight?" Rasseneur's broad face suddenly expressed great suspicion. He examined Étienne with a glance and replied, without giving himself the trouble to express any regret, "My 2 rooms are taken." "Can't do it." The young man expected this refusal, but it hurt him nevertheless, and he was surprised at the sudden grief he experienced in going. No matter, he would go when he had received his 30 sous. The miner who was drinking at a table had left. Others, one by one, continued to come in to clear their throats, then went on their road with the same slouching gait. It was a simple swilling without joy or passion, the silent satisfaction of a need. "Then there's no news?" Rasseneur asked in a peculiar tone of Mahau, who was finishing his beer in small gulps. The latter turned his head and saw that only Étienne was near. "There's been more squabbling. Yes, about the timbering," he told the story. The innkeeper's face reddened, swelling with emotion which flamed in his skin and eyes. At last he broke out, "Well, well, if they decide to lower the price, they are done for." Étienne constrained him. However, he went on, throwing sidelong glances in his direction, and there were reticences and implications. He was talking of the manager, M. Hennebeau, of his wife, of his nephew, the little Negrel, without naming them, repeating that this could not go on, that things were bound to smash up one of these fine days. The misery was too great, and he spoke of the workshops that were closing, the workers who were going away. During the last month he had given more than 6 pounds of bread a day. He had heard the day before that M. de Newlin, the owner of a neighboring pit, could scarcely keep going. He had also received a letter from Lille full of disturbing details. "You know," he whispered, "it comes from that person you saw here one evening." But he was interrupted. His wife entered in her turn, a tall woman, lean and keen, with a long nose and violet cheeks. She was a much more radical politician than her husband. "Pruchart's letter," she said. "Ah, if that fellow was master, things would soon go better." Étienne had been listening for a moment. He understood and became excited over these ideas of misery and revenge. This name, suddenly uttered, caused him to start. He said aloud, as if in spite of himself, "I know him, Pruchart." They looked at him. He had to add, "Yes, I am an engine-man. He was my foreman at Lille, a capable man. I have often talked with him." Rasseneur examined him afresh, and there was a rapid change on his face, a sudden sympathy. At last he said to his wife, "It's Mahot who brings me this gentleman, one of his putters, to see if there is a room for him upstairs, and if we can give him credit for a fortnight." Then the matter was settled in 4 words. There was a room. The lodger had left that morning. And the innkeeper, who was very excited, talked more freely, repeating that he only asked possibilities from the masters, without demanding, like so many others, things that were too hard to get. His wife shrugged her shoulders and demanded justice, absolutely. "Good evening," interrupted Mahot. "All that won't prevent men from going down, and as long as they go there will be people working themselves to death. Look how fresh you are these 3 years that you've been out of it." "Yes, I'm very much better," declared Rasseneur complacently. Étienne went as far as the door, thanking the miner who was leaving, but the latter nodded his head without adding a word, and the young man watched him painfully climb up the road to the settlement. Madame Rasseneur, occupied with serving customers, asked him to wait a minute, when she would show him his room where he could clean himself, should he remain. He again felt hesitation, a discomfort which made him regret the freedom of the open road, the hunger beneath the sun, endured with the joy of being one's own master. It seemed to him that he had lived years from his arrival on the pit bank in the midst of squalls to those hours passed under the earth on his belly in the black passages. And he shrank from beginning again. It was unjust and too hard. His man's pride revolted at the idea of becoming a crushed and blinded beast. While Étienne was thus debating with himself, his eyes, wandering over the immense plain, gradually began to see it clearly. He was surprised. He had not imagined the horizon was like this when old Bonnemort had pointed it out to him in the darkness. Before him he plainly saw the Voreux in a fold of the earth, with its wood and brick buildings, the tarred screening shed, the slate-covered steeple, the engine-room, and the tall, pale red chimney, all massed together with that evil air. But around these buildings the space extended, and he had not imagined it so large, changed into an inky sea by the ascending waves of coal soot, bristling with high trestles which carried the rails of the footbridges, encumbered in one corner with the timber supply, which looked like the harvest of a mown forest. Towards the right the pit bank hid the view, colossal as a barricade of giants, already covered with grass in its older part, consumed at the other end by an interior fire which had been burning for a year with a thick smoke, leaving at the surface in the midst of the pale gray of the slates and sandstones long trails of bleeding rust. Then the fields unrolled, the endless fields of wheat and beetroot, naked at this season of the year, marshes with scanty vegetation, cut by a few stunted willows, distant meadows separated by slender rows of poplars. Very far away little pale patches indicated towns. Marchiennes to the north, Montsou to the south, while the forest of Vandame to the east bordered the horizon with the violet line of its leafless trees. And beneath the livid sky and the faint daylight of this winter afternoon it seemed as if all the blackness of the Voreux and all its flying coal dust had fallen upon the plain, powdering the trees, sanding the roads, sowing the earth. Étienne looked, and what especially surprised him was a canal, the canalized stream of the Scarpe, which he had not seen in the night. From the Voreux to Marchiennes, this canal ran straight, like a dull silver ribbon 2 leagues long, an avenue lined by large trees, raised above the low earth, threading into space with the perspective of its green banks, its pale water into which glided the vermilion of the boats. Near one pit there was a wharf with moored vessels which were laden directly from the trams at the footbridges. Afterwards the canal made a curve, sloping by the marshes, and the whole soul of that smooth plain appeared to lie in this geometrical stream, which traversed it like a great road, carting coal and iron. Étienne's glance went up from the canal to the settlement built on the height, of which he could only distinguish the red tiles. Then his eyes rested again at the bottom of the clay slope towards the Voreux on 2 enormous masses of bricks made and burnt on the spot. A branch of the company's railroad passed behind a paling for the use of the pit. They must be sending down the last miners to the earth-cutting. Only one shrill note came from a truck pushed by men. One felt no longer the unknown darkness, the inexplicable thunder, the flaming of mysterious stars. Afar, the blast furnaces and the coke kilns had paled with the dawn. There only remained unceasingly the escapement of the pump, always breathing with the same thick, long breath, the ogre's breath of which he could now see the gray steam, and which nothing could satiate. Then Étienne suddenly made up his mind. Perhaps he seemed to see again Catherine's clear eyes, up there, at the entrance to the settlement. Perhaps rather it was the wind of revolt which came from the Voreux. He did not know, but he wished to go down again to the mine, to suffer and to fight. And he thought fiercely of those people Bonnemort had talked of, the crouching and sated God, to whom 10,000 starving men gave their flesh without knowing it. At last, the thought occurred to her that he blushed at being seen with her. She was not wounded, however. It was quite natural, and she proposed that he should rebuff her before people, so as to seem to have broken with her. But he would see her just once sometimes. In distraction she implored him, she swore to keep out of sight. She would not keep him 5 minutes. He was touched, but still refused. It was necessary. Then, as he left her, he wished at least to kiss her. They had gradually reached the first houses of Montsou, and were standing with their arms round one another beneath a large round moon, when a woman passed near them with a sudden start, as though she had knocked against a stone.
"Who is that?"
asked Étienne anxiously. "It's Catherine," replied Moquette. "She's coming back from Jean Bart." The woman now was going away, with lowered head and feeble limbs, looking very tired. And the young man gazed at her in despair at having been seen by her, his heart aching with an unreasonable remorse. Had she not been with a man? Had she not made him suffer with the same suffering here, on this Requilart road, when she had given herself to that man? But all the same, he was grieved to have done the like to her. "Shall I tell you what it is?" whispered Mouquette in tears as she left him. "If you don't want me, it's because you want someone else." On the next day the weather was superb. It was one of those clear, frosty days, the beautiful winter days when the hard earth rings like crystal beneath the feet. Jeanlin had gone off at 1 o'clock, but he had to wait for Baber behind the church, and they nearly set out without Lydie, whose mother had again shut her up in the cellar, and only now liberated her to put a basket on her arm, telling her that if she did not bring it back full of dandelions, she should be shut up with the rats all night long. She was frightened, therefore, and wished to go at once for salad. Jeanlin dissuaded her. They would see later on. For a long time, Poland, Rassegneur's big rabbit, had attracted his attention. He was passing before the Avantage when, just then, the rabbit came out onto the road. With a leap he seized her by the ears, stuffed her into the little girl's basket, and all three rushed away. They would amuse themselves finely by making her run like a dog as far as the forest. But they stopped to gaze at Zachary and Moquet, who, after having drunk a glass with 2 other mates, had begun their big game of cross. The stake was a new cap and a red handkerchief, deposited with Rasseneur. The 4 players, 2 against 2, were bidding for the first turn from the Vord to the Payot farm, nearly 3 kilometers, and it was Zachary who won with 7 strokes, while Moquet required 8. They had placed the ball, the little boxwood egg, on the pavement with one end up. Each was holding his cross, the mallet with its bent iron, long handle, and tight-strung network. 2 o'clock struck as they set out. Zachary, in a masterly manner, at his 400 yards across the beetroot fields, for it was forbidden to play in the villages and on the streets, where people might be killed. Moquet, who was also a good player, sent off the ball with so vigorous an arm that his single stroke brought the ball 150 meters behind. And the game went on, backwards and forwards, always running, their feet bruised by the frozen ridges of the plowed fields. At first Jeanlin, Bébert, and Lydie had trotted behind the players, delighted with their vigorous strokes. Then they remembered Poland, whom they were shaking up in the basket, and, leaving the game in the open country, they took out the rabbit, inquisitive to see how fast she could run. She went off, and they fled after her. It was a chase lasting an hour at full speed, with constant turns, with shouts to frighten her, and arms opened and closed on emptiness. If she had not been at the beginning of pregnancy, they would never have caught her again. As they were panting, the sound of oaths made them turn their heads. They had just come upon the cross-party again, and Zachary had nearly split open his brother's skull. The players were now at their 4th turn. From the Payot farm they had gone off to the Quatre Chemins, then from the Quatre Chemins to Montoire, and now they were going in 6 strokes from Montoire to Près de Vacher. That made 2 leagues and a half in an hour, and, besides, they had had drinks at the Estaminet Vincent and at the Trois Sages bar. Moquet this time was ahead. He had 2 more strokes to play, and his victory was certain, when Zachary, grinning as he availed himself of his privilege, played with so much skill that the ball rolled into a deep pit. Moquet's partner could not get it out. It was a disaster. All 4 shouted. The party was excited, for they were neck to neck. It was necessary to begin again. From the Prés de Vacher, it was not 2 kilometers to the point of Herbes Rousses in 5 strokes. There they would refresh themselves at Lernard's. But Jeanlin had an idea. He let them go on, and pulled out of his pocket a piece of string which he tied to one of Poland's legs, the left hind leg, and it was very amusing. The rabbit ran before the 3 young rascals, waddling along in such an extraordinary manner that they had never laughed so much before. Afterwards they fastened it round her neck and let her run off, and, as she grew tired, they dragged her on her belly or on her back, just like a little carriage. That lasted for more than an hour. She was moaning when they quickly put her back into the basket, near the wood at Cruchot, on hearing the players whose game they had once more came across. Zachary, Moquet, and the two others were getting over the kilometers, with no other rest than the time for a drink at all the inns which they had fixed on as their goals. From the Herbes Russes they had gone on to Buchy, then to Croix-de-Pierre, then to Chamblay. The earth rang beneath the helter-skelter of their feet, rushing untiringly after the ball, which bounded over the ice. The weather was good, they did not fall in, they only ran the risk of breaking their legs. In the dry air the great cross blows exploded like firearms. Their muscular hands grasped the strung handle, their entire bodies were bent forward as though to slay an ox. And this went on for hours, from one end of the plain to the other, over ditches and hedges and the slopes of the road, the low walls of the enclosures. One needed to have good bellows in one's chest and iron hinges in one's knees. The pikemen thus rubbed off the rust of the mine with impassioned zeal. There were some so enthusiastic at 25 that they could do 10 leagues. At 40 they played no more, they were too heavy. 5 o'clock struck, the twilight was already coming on. One more turn to the forest of Vendôme to decide who had gained the cap and the handkerchief. And Zachary joked with his chaffing indifference for politics. It would be fine to tumble down over there in the midst of the mates. As to Jeanlin, ever since leaving the settlement he had been aiming at the forest, though apparently only scouring the fields. With an indignant gesture he threatened Lydie, who was full of remorse and fear, and talked of going back to the Voro to gather dandelions. Were they going to abandon the meeting? He wanted to know what the old people would say. He pushed Bébert and proposed to enliven the end of the journey as far as the trees by detaching Poland and pursuing her with stones. His real idea was to kill her. He wanted to take her off and eat her at the bottom of his hole at Réquillart. The rabbit ran ahead with nose in the air and ears back. A stone grazed her back, another cut her tail, and, in spite of the growing darkness, she would have been done for if the young rogues had not noticed Étienne and Mahaut standing in the middle of a glade. They threw themselves on the animal in desperation, and put her back in the basket. Almost at the same minute Zachary, Moquet, and the two others, with their last blow at cross, drove the ball within a few meters of the glade. They all came into the midst of the rendezvous. Through the whole country, by the roads and pathways of the flat plain, ever since twilight, there had been a long procession, a rustling of silent shadows, moving separately or in groups towards the violet thickets of the forest. Every settlement was emptied. The women and children themselves set out as if for a walk beneath the great clear sky. Now the roads were growing dark. This walking crowd, all gliding towards the same goal, could no longer be distinguished, but one felt it, the confused tramping moved by one soul. Between the hedges, among the bushes, there was only a light rustling, a vague rumor of the voices of the night. M. Hennebeau, who was at this hour returning home mounted on his mare, listened to these vague sounds. He had met couples, long rows of strollers, on this beautiful winter night. More lovers, who were going to take their pleasure, mouth to mouth, behind the walls. Was it not what he always met? Girls tumbled over at the bottom of every ditch, beggars who crammed themselves with the only joy that cost nothing? And these fools complained of life, when they could take their supreme fill of this happiness of love. Willingly would he have starved as they did if he could begin life again with a woman who would give herself to him on a heap of stones, with all her strength and all her heart. His misfortune was without consolation, and he envied these wretches. With lowered head he went back, riding his horse at a slackened pace, rendered desperate by these long sounds, lost in the depth of the black country, in which he heard only kisses. And behind them the Marchiennes pastry cook's vehicle, a little covered cart which had been confided to their care, at last arrived, and a small drudge of a boy jumped down and quietly unpacked the crusts for the vol au vent. Chapter 7. It was the Plan des Dames, that vast glade just opened up by the felling of trees. It spread out in a gentle slope surrounded by tall thickets and superb beeches with straight regular trunks, which formed a white colonnade patched with green lichens. Fallen giants were also lying in the grass, while on the left a mass of logs formed a geometrical cube. The cold was sharpening with the twilight, and the frozen moss crackled beneath the feet. There was black darkness on the earth, while the tall branches showed against the pale sky, where a full moon coming above the horizon would soon extinguish the stars. Nearly 3,000 colliers had come to the rendezvous, a swarming crowd of men, women, and children, gradually filling the glade and spreading out afar beneath the trees. Late arrivals were still coming up, a flood of heads drowned in shadow and stretching as far as the neighboring copses. A rumbling arose from them, like that of a storm in this motionless and frozen forest. At the top, dominating the slope, Étienne stood with Rasseneur and Mahieu. A quarrel had broken out. One could hear their voices in sudden bursts. Near them some men were listening, Levaque with clenched fists, Pierron turning his back and much annoyed that he had no longer been able to feign a fever. There were also Father Bonnemort and old Mouquet, seated side by side on a stump, lost in deep meditation. Then behind were the chaffers, Zachary, Mouquet, and others who had come to make fun of the thing, while gathered together in a very different spirit. The women in a group were as serious as if at church. Maheude silently shook her head at the Levaque woman's muttered oaths. Philomene was coughing, her bronchitis having come back with the winter. Only Moquette was showing her teeth with laughter, amused at the way in which Mother Brulé was abusing her daughter, an unnatural creature who had sent her away, that she might gorge herself with rabbit, a creature who had sold herself and who fattened on her man's cowardice. And Jeanlin had planted himself on the pile of wood, hoisting up Lydie and making Bébert follow him, all three higher up in the air than anyone else. The quarrel was raised by Rasseneur, who wished to proceed formally to the election of officers. He was enraged by his defeat at the Bonjoyeux, and had sworn to have his revenge, for he flattered himself that he could regain his old authority when he was once face to face, not with the delegates, but with the miners themselves. Étienne was disgusted, and thought the idea of officers was ridiculous in this forest. They ought to act in a revolutionary fashion like savages, since they were tracked like wolves. As the dispute threatened to drag on, he took possession of the crowd at once by jumping onto the trunk of a tree and shouting, "Comrades! Comrades!" The confused roar of the crowd died down into a long sigh, while Maheu stifled Rasseneur's protestations. Étienne went on in a loud voice. "Comrades, since they forbid us to speak, since they send the police after us as if we were robbers, we have come to talk here. Here we are free, we are at home. No one can silence us any more than they can silence the birds and beasts." A thunder of cries and exclamations responded to him. "Yes, yes, the forest is ours. We can talk here. Go on." Then Étienne stood for a moment motionless on the tree trunk. The moon, still beneath the horizon, only lit up the topmost branches, and the crowd, remaining in the darkness, stood above it at the top of the slope like a bar of shadow. He raised his arm with a slow movement and began. But his voice was not fierce. He spoke in the cold tones of a simple envoy of the people who was rendering his account. He was delivering the discourse which the commissioner of police had cut short at the Bonjoyeux, and he began by a rapid history of the strike, affecting a certain scientific eloquence, facts, nothing but facts. At first he spoke of his dislike to the strike. The miners had not desired it. It was the management which had provoked it with the new timbering tariff. Then he recalled the first step taken by the delegates in going to the manager, the bad faith of the directors, and, later on, the second step, the tardy concession, the 10 centimes given up after the attempt to rob them. Now he showed by figures the exhaustion of the Provident Fund, and pointed out the use that had been made of the help sent, briefly excusing the International, Pruchart, and the others for not being able to do more for them in the midst of the cares of their conquest of the world. So the situation was getting worse every day. The company was giving back certificates and threatening to hire men from Belgium. Besides, it was intimidating the weak and had forced a certain number of miners to go down again. He preserved his monotonous voice, as if to insist on the bad news. He said that hunger was victorious, that hope was dead, and that the struggle had reached the last feverish efforts of courage. And then he suddenly concluded, without raising his voice, "It is in these circumstances, mates, that you have to take a decision tonight. Do you want the strike to go on? And if so, what do you expect to do to beat the company?" A deep silence fell from the starry sky. The crowd, which could not be seen, was silent in the night beneath these words which choked every heart, and a sigh of despair could be heard through the trees. But Étienne was already continuing with a change in his voice. It was no longer the secretary of the association who was speaking. It was the chief of a band, the apostle who was bringing truth. Could it be that any were cowardly enough to go back on their word? What? They were to suffer in vain for a month, and then to go back to the pits with lowered heads, so that the everlasting wretchedness might begin over again. Would it not be better to die at once in the effort to destroy this tyranny of capital which was starving the worker? Always to submit to hunger up to the moment when hunger will again throw the calmest into revolt. Was it not a foolish game which could not go on forever? And he pointed to the exploited miners, bearing alone the disasters of every crisis, reduced to go without food as soon as the necessities of competition lowered net prices. No, the timbering tariff could not be accepted. It was only a disguised effort to economize on the company's part. They wanted to rob every man of an hour's work a day. It was too much this time. The day was coming when the miserable, pushed to extremity, would deal justice. He stood with his arms in the air. At the word justice, the crowd, shaken by a long shudder, broke out into applause which rolled along with the sound of dry leaves. Voices cried, "Justice! It is time! Justice!" Gradually, Étienne grew heated. He had not Rassenyeur's easy flowing abundance. Words often failed him. He had to force his phrases, bringing them out with an effort which he emphasized by a movement of his shoulders. Only in these continual shocks he came upon familiar images which seized on his audience by their energy, while his workman's gestures, his elbows in and then extended, with his fists thrust out, his jaw suddenly advanced as if to bite, had also an extraordinary effect on his mates. They all said that if he was not big, he made himself heard. "The wage system is a new form of slavery," he began again, in a more sonorous voice. "The mine ought to belong to the miner, as the sea belongs to the fisherman, and the earth to the peasant. Do you see? The mine belongs to you, to all of you who, for a century, have paid for it with so much blood and misery." He boldly entered on obscure questions of law, and lost himself in the difficulties of the special regulations concerning mines. The subsoil, like the soil, belonged to the nation. Only an odious privilege gave the monopoly of it to the companies, all the more since at Montsou the pretended legality of the concession was complicated by treaties formerly made with the owners of the old fiefs, according to the ancient custom of Hainault. The miners, then, had only to reconquer their property, and with extended hands he indicated the whole country beyond the forest. At this moment the moon, which had risen above the horizon, lit him up as it glided from behind the high branches. When the crowd, which was still in shadow, saw him thus, white with light, distributing fortune with his open hands, they applauded anew by prolonged clapping. "Yes, yes, he's right. Bravo!" Then Etienne trotted out his favorite subject, the assumption of the instruments of production by the collectivity, as he kept on saying in a phrase, the pedantry of which greatly pleased him. At the present time his evolution was completed. Having set out with the sentimental fraternity of the novice and the need for reforming the wage system, he had reached the political idea of its suppression. Since the meeting at the Bon Joyeux, his collectivism, still humanitarian and without a formula, had stiffened into a complicated program which he discussed scientifically, article by article. First, he affirmed that freedom could only be obtained by the destruction of the state. Then, when the people had obtained possession of the government, reforms would begin. Return to the primitive commune, substitution of an equal and free family for the moral and oppressive family, absolute equality, civil, political, and economic, individual independence guaranteed thanks to the possession of the integral product of the instruments of work, finally, free vocational education, paid for by the collectivity. This led to the total reconstruction of the old rotten society. He attacked marriage, the right of bequest. He regulated everyone's fortune. He threw down the iniquitous monument of the dead centuries with a great movement of his arm, always the same movement, the movement of the reaper who is cutting down a ripe harvest. And then, with the other hand, he reconstructed, he built up the future humanity, the edifice of truth and justice rising in the dawn of the 20th century. In this state of mental tension, reason trembled, and only the sectarian's fixed idea was left. The scruples of sensibility and of good sense were lost. Nothing seemed easier than the realization of this new world. He had foreseen everything. He spoke of it as of a machine which he could put together in 2 hours, and he stuck at neither fire nor blood. "Our turn is come," he broke out for the last time. "Now it is for us to have power and wealth." The cheering rolled up to him from the depths of the forest. The moon now whitened the whole of the glade and cut into living waves the sea of heads as far as the dimly visible copses in the distance between the great gray trunks. And in the icy air there was a fury of faces, of gleaming eyes, of open mouths, a rut of famishing men, women, and children let loose on the just pillage of the ancient wealth they had been deprived of. They no longer felt the cold. These burning words had warmed them to the bone. Religious exaltation raised them from the earth, a fever of hope like that of the Christians of the early church awaiting the near coming of justice. Many obscure phrases had escaped them. They could not properly understand this technical and abstract reasoning, but the very obscurity and abstraction still further enlarged the field of promises and lifted them into a dazzling region. What a dream! To be masters, to suffer no more, to enjoy at last. That's it, by God. It's our turn now. Down with the exploiters. The women were delirious. Mahoudet, losing her calmness, was seized with the vertigo of hunger. The Levaque woman shouted. Old Brûlé, carried out of herself, was brandishing her witch-like arms. Philomène was shaken by a spasm of coughing, and Moquette was so excited that she cried out words of tenderness to the orator. Among the men, Mahot was won over and shouted with anger. Between Pierron, who was trembling, and Levaque, who was talking too much, while the chaffers, Zachary and Moquet, though trying to make fun of things, were feeling uncomfortable and were surprised that their mate could talk on so long without having a drink. But on top of the pile of wood, Jeanlin was making more noise than anyone, egging on Bébert and Lydie and shaking the basket in which Poland lay. The clamor began again. Étienne was enjoying the intoxication of his popularity. He held power, as it were, materialized in these 3,000 breasts, whose hearts he could move with a word. Souvarine, if he had cared to come, would have applauded his ideas so far as he recognized them, pleased with his pupil's progress in anarchism and satisfied with the program, except the article on education, a relic of silly sentimentality, for men needed to be dipped in a bath of holy and salutary ignorance. As to Rasseneur, he shrugged his shoulders with contempt and anger. "You shall let me speak," he shouted to Étienne. The latter jumped from the tree trunk. "Speak, we shall see if they'll hear you." Already Rasseneur had replaced him, and with a gesture demanded silence. But the noise did not cease. His name went round from the beaches, and they refused to hear him. He was an overturned idol. The mere sight of him angered his old disciples. His facile elocution, his flowing, good-natured speech, which had so long charmed them, was now treated like warm gruel made to put cowards to sleep. In vain he talked through the noise, trying to take up again his discourse of conciliation, the impossibility of changing the world by a stroke of law, the necessity of allowing the social evolution time to accomplish itself. They joked him, they hissed him. His defeat at the Bon Joyeux was now beyond repair. At last they threw handfuls of frozen moss at him, and a woman cried in a shrill voice,
"Down with the traitor!"
He explained that the miner could not be the proprietor of the mine as the weaver is of his loom, and he said that he preferred sharing in the benefits, the interested worker becoming the child of the house. "Down with the traitor!" repeated 1,000 voices, while stones began to whistle by. Then he turned pale, and despair filled his eyes with tears. His whole existence was crumbling down. 20 years of ambitious comradeship were breaking down beneath the ingratitude of the crowd. He came down from the tree trunk, with no strength to go on, struck to the heart. "That makes you laugh," he stammered, addressing the triumphant Étienne. "Good. I hope your turn will come. It will come, I tell you." And as if to reject all responsibility for the evils which he foresaw, he made a large gesture and went away alone across the country, pale and silent. Hoots arose, and then they were surprised to see Father Bonnemort standing on the trunk and about to speak in the midst of the tumult. Up to now Moquet and he had remained absorbed, with that air that they always had of reflecting on former things. No doubt he was yielding to one of those sudden crises of garrulity which sometimes made the past stir in him so violently that recollections rose and flowed from his lips for hours at a time. There was deep silence, and they listened to this old man, who was like a pale spectre beneath the moon, and as he narrated things without any immediate relation with the discussion, long histories which no one could understand, the impression was increased. He was talking of his youth. He described the death of his 2 uncles who were crushed at the Voro. Then he turned to the inflammation of the lungs which had carried off his wife. He kept to his main idea, however. Things had never gone well and never would go well. Thus in the forest 500 of them had come together because the king would not lessen the hours of work. But he stopped short and began to tell of another strike. He had seen so many. They all broke out under these trees, here at the Plan des Dames, lower down at the Charbonnerie, still farther towards the Saut du Loup. Sometimes it froze, sometimes it was hot. One evening it had rained so much that they had gone back again without being able to say anything, and the king's soldiers came up, and it finished with volleys of musketry. We raised our hands like this, and we swore not to go back again. Ah, I have sworn, yes, I have sworn. The crowd listened gapingly, feeling disturbed when Étienne, who had watched the scene, jumped onto the fallen tree, keeping the old man at his side. He had just recognized Chaval among their friends, in the ardor within him, the desire to be applauded in her presence. "Mates, you have heard. This is one of our old men, and this is what he has suffered, and what our children will suffer if we don't have done with the robbers and butchers." He was terrible. Never had he spoken so violently. With one arm he supported old Bonnemort, exhibiting him as a banner of misery and mourning, and crying for vengeance. In a few rapid phrases he went back to the first Maheu. He showed the whole family used up at the mine, devoured by the company, hungrier than ever after 100 years of work, And, contrasting with the Mahis, he pointed to the big bellies of the directors sweating gold, a whole band of shareholders going on for a century like kept women, doing nothing but enjoy with their bodies. Was it not fearful? A race of men dying down below from father to son, so that bribes of wine could be given to ministers, and generations of great lords and bourgeois could give feasts or fatten by their firesides. He had studied the diseases of the miners. He made them all march past with their awful details: anemia, scrofula, black bronchitis, the asthma which chokes, and the rheumatism which paralyzes. These wretches were thrown as food to the engines and penned up like beasts in the settlements. The great companies absorbed them, regulating their slavery, threatening to enroll all the workers of the nation, millions of hands, to bring fortune to 1,000 idlers. But the miner was no longer an ignorant brute crushed within the bowels of the earth. An army was springing up from the depths of the pits, a harvest of citizens whose seed would germinate and burst through the earth some sunny day. And they would see then if, after 40 years of service, anyone would dare to offer a pension of 150 francs to an old man of 60 who spat out coal and whose legs were swollen with the water from the cuttings. Yes. Labor would demand an account from capital, that impersonal god unknown to the worker, crouching down somewhere in his mysterious sanctuary where he sucked the life out of the starvelings who nourished him. They would go down there, they would at last succeed in seeing his face by the gleam of incendiary fires. They would drown him in blood, that filthy swine, that monstrous idol gorged with human flesh. He was silent, but his arm, still extended in space, indicated the enemy, down there, he knew not where, from one end of the earth to the other. This time the clamor of the crowd was so great that people at Montsou heard it, and looked towards Vendôme, seized with anxiety at the thought that some terrible landslip had occurred. Night birds rose above the trees in the clear open sky. He now concluded his speech. "Mates, what is your decision? Do you vote for the strike to go on?" Their voices yelled. "Yes, yes." "And what steps do you decide on?" "We are sure of defeat if cowards go down tomorrow." Their voices rose again with the sound of a tempest. "Kill the cowards. Then you decide to call them back to duty and to their sworn word." This is what we could do: present ourselves at the pits, bring back the traitors by our presence, show the company that we are all agreed, and that we are going to die rather than yield. That's it. To the pits, to the pits. While he was speaking, Étienne had looked for Catherine among the pale, shouting heads before him. She was certainly not there, but he still saw Cheval, affecting to jeer, shrugging his shoulders, but devoured by jealousy and ready to sell himself for a little of this popularity. "And if there are any spies among us, mates," Étienne went on, "let them look out. They're known. Yes, I can see Vendôme colliers here who have not left their pit. Is that meant for me?" asked Cheval, with an air of bravado. "For you, or for anyone else? But since you speak, you ought to understand that those who eat have nothing to do with those who are starving. You work at Jean Bart." A chaffing voice interrupted. "Oh, he work. He's got a wife who works for him." Cheval swore while the blood rose to his face. "By God, is it forbidden to work then?" "Yes," said Étienne. "When your mates are enduring misery for the good of all, it is forbidden to go over, like a selfish, sneaking coward, to the master's side. If the strike had been general, we should have got the best of it long ago. Not a single man at Vendôme ought to have gone down when Montsou is resting. To accomplish the great stroke, work should be stopped in the entire country, at Monsieur Deneulin's as well as here. Do you understand? There are only traitors in the Jean Bart cuttings. You're all traitors." The crowd around Cheval grew threatening, and fists were raised and cries of "Kill him! Kill him!" began to be uttered. He had grown pale. But, in his infuriated desire to triumph over Étienne, an idea restored him. "Listen to me then. Come tomorrow to Jean Bart, and you shall see if I'm working." "We're on your side. They've sent me to tell you so. The fires must be extinguished, and the engine men too must go on strike. All the better if the pumps do stop. The water will destroy the pits, and everything will be done for." He was furiously applauded in his turn, and now Étienne himself was outflanked. Other orators succeeded each other from the tree trunk, gesticulating amid the tumult and throwing out wild propositions. It was a mad outburst of faith, the impatience of a religious sect which, tired of hoping for the expected miracle, had at last decided to provoke it. These heads, emptied by famine, saw everything red and dreamed of fire and blood in the midst of a glorious apotheosis from which would arise universal happiness. And a tranquil moon bathed this surging sea, the deep forest encircled with its vast silence, this cry of massacre. The frozen moss crackled beneath the heels of the crowd, while the beeches, erect in their strength, with the delicate tracery of their black branches against the white sky, neither saw nor heard the miserable beings who writhed at their feet. There was some pushing, and Mahoude found herself near Mahou. Both of them, driven out of their ordinary good sense, and carried away by the slow exasperation which had been working within them for months, approved Levaque, who went to extremes by demanding the heads of the engineers. Pierron had disappeared. Bonnemort and Mouk were both talking together, saying vague, violent things which nobody heard. For a joke, Zachary demanded the demolition of the churches, while Mouquet, with his cross in his hand, was beating it against the ground for the sake of increasing the row. The women were furious. The women were furious, to fires as Caen. The Levaque, with her fists to her hips, was setting to with Philomene, whom she accused of having laughed. Mouquet talked of attacking the gendarmes by kicking them somewhere. Mother Brulé, who had just slapped Lydie on finding her without either basket or salad, went on launching blows into space against all the masters whom she would like to have got at. For a moment Jean-Lin was in terror, Bébert having learned through a trammer that Madame Rasseneur had seen them steal Poland. But when he had decided to go back and quietly release the beast at the door of the Avantage, he shouted louder than ever and opened his new knife, brandishing the blade and proud of its glitter. "Mates, mates!" repeated the exhausted Étienne, hoarse with the effort to obtain a moment's silence for a definite understanding. At last they listened. "Mates, tomorrow morning at Jean Bart, is it agreed?" "Yes, yes, at Jean Bart. Death to the traitors." The tempest of these 3,000 voices filled the sky, and died away in the pure brightness of the moon.